Monday, March 1st, 2021, calling the meeting of the Wayne County Ethics Board into session. We're now in session. Again, it's 9:09 a.m. Monday morning. We're going to get into our order of business, beginning with item A on our agenda, which is the roll call. At this time, we're going to take our roll call. Ms. Lewis, or is it?
It's Ms. Kangura today.
Ms. Kangura. Ms. Kangura. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kangura.
No problem. Each member is acknowledging that they are attending the meeting via Zoom and that they are located in Wayne County, Michigan, unless otherwise stated when I call your name. Mr. Young?
Present.
Mr. Thomas?
Present.
Mr. Hendricks?
Present, and I'm in Florida.
What city in Florida?
I'm in Lee County, Estero, Florida.
Thank you. Ms. Hamoud?
Present.
Dr. Cardell?
Present.
And Chair Pinkins?
Present, and I'm in Detroit, Michigan.
You have a quorum.
Thank you for that, Ms. Kangura. Okay, moving on to our next order of business, which is item B. We're going to get the approval of the January 2021 meeting minutes. Did everyone get a copy of the meeting minutes from the last meeting?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
And is everyone okay with those meetings? Is there a motion to adopt the meeting minutes from the last meeting from January 2021?
So
Motion
moved.
to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Yes. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, so move. Meeting minutes have been adopted. Moving on to item C. Now, what I'm going to do, because I know we have a number of things to get to, I know the main matter before us is the matter with the complaint regarding Miss Monica Palmer. I'm going to sort of go out of order here today, just so we can get some of the other housekeeping matters out of the way, and we can get to some of the matter at hand. So we're going to move down to new business. We're going to skip down to new business, which is item D of your agenda. We have a presentation of a certificate under item number 1 to former board member Sandra Buciero. Is Ms. Buciero here today? Is she on this call?
She told me she would be, but I haven't seen her log in.
Okay, but while we do this, while we move on to the next item, maybe she'll join us shortly. So while we move on to the next item of our agenda, which is item number 2, we have a complaint from Stella Thomas regarding Wayne County Probate Court Judge. I believe everyone received a copy of Ms. Thomas's complaint. At this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Williams for your recommendation. And Mr. Williams, it's a pleasure to see you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Hope you and your family are doing okay, sir.
Yes, sir. We're doing as well as can be expected under the circumstances.
Good, good. All
Um,
right, sir. So with respect to the complaint from Ms. Thomas, do we have a recommendation from you, sir?
Yes, I've reviewed Ms. Thomas's completed complaint, the actual executed complaint, which came in, I believe, earlier in February. While I empathize with Ms. Thomas's position, it is my recommendation that the board doesn't have jurisdiction to really hear this complaint. Ms. Thomas's options are either to go to the JTC or to appeal the decisions of the probate court judge. These are really not matters that the ethics board can address. There really isn't anything in the complaint that addresses an ethical issue. Her complaints are about decisions by a probate court judge. And then there is already a complaint filed with the JTC, the Judicial Tenure Commission, regarding her concerns about the judge herself. The JTC does not routinely publish ongoing investigations or analysis of any complaints, so there's no way to know where they stand right now in the process. But I know there is a pending complaint. I could not find anything that indicated that that complaint had been resolved in any fashion. But given those considerations, I don't think that the judge falls within the jurisdictional confines of this body's authority.
Okay, and your recommendation at this time, sir?
Is to dismiss the complaint.
Is there a motion to adopt Mr. Avery Williams's recommendation at this time regarding the complaint from Stella Thomas?
Motion to dismiss.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, so moved. Moving on to the next order of business, under new business, we have the complaint from a William Stephen Lear regarding 2 Wayne County Board Canvassers members. Mr. Williams.
Yes, I did already send a letter to Mr. Lear per our policy on dealing with complaints, rejecting Mr. Lear's complaint as he refused to sign the complaint, saying that the board was fully aware of the circumstances underlying the complaint. But as this board knows, the complaint has to be signed and notarized, and there's simply, that's just a jurisdictional requirement of the ordinance. And Mr. Lear indicated he didn't think he had to comply with that obligation. So I have indicated to him that the complaint is dismissed without prejudice at this point in time.
Okay, is there a motion to adopt Mr. Williams's recommendation?
Motion to adopt, and just a quick question for clarification. Did I understand you, Mr. Williams, to say that based upon the policy that we've adopted recently, that you just went ahead and dismissed the matter anyway?
Yes.
Which I think is something that we had asked you to look at if it didn't meet at least the prima facie of filing requirements.
Yes.
What we would be doing is just concurring, I guess, not only in your recommendation, but in the decision that you made.
I think that is correct, Mr. Young.
All right, so moved based on that, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it, so moved. All right, we're gonna move on to item number E. I'm just trying to get some of these, again, housekeeping matters out of the way. So, well, such other matters that may be properly before submitted before the board, we're going to move back up to unfinished business under item C. We're going to get into number 2, which is discussion about adding clarifying language to that board contact us webpage. Ms. Williams, I believe you were working on that matter regarding the updated webpage.
Yes, I did. And I provided the board earlier with marked copies of the proposed changes that I have recommended to the web page. I believe they are contained in the second book that was provided to the board. And it was basically 2 pages of the website pages that were actually addressed. And the changes really were on the introductory page or pages of the website that the board maintains. And they were designed to address one of the concerns that continues to crop up, which is to make sure that persons filing a complaint understand that they have to file a notarized and signed version of the complaint, and that they have to at least make some effort to identify the specific violations of the ethics ordinance in their complaint form. So on the second page of the general page of the website, I inserted some language to make that as clear as I could. And then the second page was to put conforming language in the page that addressed the form of the complaint, and to make certain that persons filing the complaint understood that these requirements were mandated by the ethics ordinance. So I assume all of the board has had an opportunity to review the suggested language. So I guess it's a question of whether the board itself wants to make changes or is satisfied with the recommendations as made.
Okay, has all board members have the opportunity to take a look at the proposed changes to the contact us page in your
Yes.
leisure, during your leisure? And is there any suggested changes at this time?
I have a question for Mr. Williams, if I could, Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
I'm wondering, I agree with the suggested changes, but in light of the discussion today concerning Mr. Williams' office's ability to dismiss a complaint if it's facially deficient, according to the language of the ethics rules, I wonder whether it wouldn't be worthwhile to have another sentence added in there that if these instructions are not met, the complaint may be dismissed or may be rejected. But before I make a motion to add that, I'd like to know if Mr. Williams feels that that would be worthwhile to clarify that for the person that's going to get the letter from us.
Mr. Thomas, I think that is actually an excellent suggestion, and I hadn't thought of it because this was sort of a policy that the board asked me to consider, and because we were getting so many deficient complaints that didn't meet the jurisdictional threshold, and I think it conforms with the rules of the board, but it's not addressed on the actual ethics board internet website. And I think it would be a good idea to include that, a sentence noting that fact on the page as well. So I can add that.
Well, Mr. Chairperson, in light of Mr. Williams' statement, I would, if a motion is needed, I would make a motion that Mr. Williams come up with some language notifying the individual that he's communicating with that, look, if you don't meet these requirements, your complaint is going to be rejected or dismissed.
Okay. All right, well, that motion is, we'll put that out, Mr. Thomas, that the motion is on the floor. I would just, before we get into the motion, and I just want to add, Mr. Williams, what is being seen right now on the ethics page is anything that we see right now, that if a member or a person was to go to the ethics board's webpage, is any of this visual right now? Or is these are all just proposed changes?
These are the red line language are proposed changes, Mr. Chair.
So everything that's not in red is what they would see right now.
It was what they would see right now. And I think it may be, if you go back, the original language may be on the page. I think this is as it's stated right now, what Ms. Gengi has put up.
Okay.
That is the actual existing page.
Okay. All right. Was is there any other member input before we get to Mr. Thomas's motion?
So,
I'm sorry.
Yes, yes, Ms. Hammoud.
yes, on the same line as Mr. Philip Thomas mentioned, I noticed that we received a few like against or complaints that they mentioned judges. It may be worth it to put a note that judges are not within the jurisdiction of this board. Just an idea.
Mr. Williams, what about that suggestion?
Well,
Yeah.
that is a little tougher analysis and may require a lot more language to accomplish it. I'm not sure that the ordinance necessarily states that as clearly as one might like, but let me recommend that I discuss that with Ms. Johnson after this recommendation, to get her thoughts on that and whether there's a way to include something to that effect. because I'm not sure that the plain language of the ordinance makes that broad statement. I mean, I think you can kind of get to it through a analytical sort of application of the ordinance and what it doesn't say, but I'm not sure it says judges are excluded. I mean, I think it is true they are, but it's not as clear in the ordinance that that's the case.
Okay. So maybe we need to clarify that, whether from the ordinance change or
Yeah,
from the
yeah.
board or to the
Yeah.
website. So, okay, thank you.
And it may be even a better idea. I think we kind of didn't address that when we proposed changes to the ordinance to the commission, which may still be pending out there somewhere. I think that sort of got lost in the pandemic arrangement, but that's why I want to discuss it with Ms. Johnson. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
You're welcome.
Okay, is there any other suggestions before we get to Mr. Thomas's motion?
Yeah, real quick, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Young.
Mr. Williams, I agree, by the way, with Mr. Thomas's suggestion, but just for clarification and some background, that is in fact what you have been doing. I know we need to put it on the website, but anytime you felt it appropriate to make a unilateral decision to dismiss these complaints, you have attempted to contact those who have filed the complaint to see if you can get them to modify and bring it into at least some semblance of what we would expect if somebody's filed a complaint, and that's been without success, I take it.
Yes, that we have traditionally done that. I think what we did was try and smooth out the process, that we didn't have to bring the full complaint to the board to deal with a recommendation, analyze it, and say, yes, I agree. I think I was reporting back to the board that I had no response to a deficient complaint and that I had dismissed the complaint without prejudice when the board was just being notified of the dismissal.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Williams, just from the chair, just want to make note that maybe going forward, because I do know that this complaint was brought to the board or brought to the chair's attention, I believe, and we did mention to put it on the agenda for today. But is there some way possibly going forward that all additional complaints just come through you? And if those complaints end up on our agenda, then we know those are complaints that this board is going to have jurisdiction over. So before, once we get the complaints in, your office looks at the complaint and makes sure they are in compliance. And obviously, if they make it to our agenda, then we know that they're in compliance. And that's something that we're going to be looking at.
Yes, I guess we can do that if you're saying if a complaint is jurisdictionally defective, that it not make it to the board's agenda, and that I'm authorized to say this complaint is deficient in the board, it doesn't get on the agenda. I think we can do that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So if there's no further questions, we're going to get back to Mr. Thomas's motion. So at this time, Mr. Thomas has made a motion to adopt additional language in the Ethics Board's Contact Us page. Mr. Thomas, I'm just going to ask you to repeat your motion. I'm sure I can mention it just the same way you put it. So I'll have you repeat your motion.
Well, first of all, Chairperson, I made a motion to adopt the language suggested in red and highlighted in red. But what I wanted to do was include a line, and my motion would be to include a line that unless these requirements are met by the person filing the complaint may be rejected / dismissed just on its face. And I'd sort of leave it to Mr. Williams to polish that up. But that's the thought. Putting them on notice that they've got to do this or it's not going to happen with us reviewing the complaint.
Okay. All right. So is there for one, it seems like Mr. Thomas has two motions. One is a motion to adopt the current language that's provided by Mr. Williams for the updating to the contact us page, but there's also a second motion to add in additional language. So on the first motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Is all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So the ayes have it. So it's adopted. The current language is adopted with respect to the additional language added into the Contact Us webpage. Now moving on to the second motion made by Mr. Thomas, Board Member Thomas, is to adopt additional language which states that the complaints will not come within the purview of this board if it does not meet the conditions stated, something to that effect. So is there a second to Mr. Thomas' second motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So carried, the motion carried. Just going to ask Mr. Chair, Mr. Williams, when you add this language in, is there, and I put this to the board as well, is there a reason to come back to this board to approve the additional language? Or can we just go forward and get this up on the webpage?
Well, I mean, I think that's ultimately up to the board. I would think that I understand pretty clearly what Mr. Thomas has recommended. So polishing up his recommendation shouldn't be hard. I mean, it may be just circulating the document to the chair and may be sufficient enough to accomplish it, I would think. I mean, I think I've got it. It's a modification of the language to add an additional sentence that provides a failure to comply with the requirements outlining what is in the complaint form may result in a dismissal of the complaint. I mean, I think that's basically the upshot of the language.
Okay. All right, so I think that matter is resolved. So unless there are any questions from any other members. Okay, I'm going to move on to our next item on our agenda. And I know we have a number of people here waiting to get to this. We do have the under item C, which is unfinished business. We have the complaint from Mr. Thomas P. Broich regarding Wayne County Board of Canvassers member. Mr. Broich, are you present, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm present.
And is Ms. Palmer present?
Yes, Miss Palmer is present.
And thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Thank you for being present as well. Are you gentlemen prepared to go forward at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Okay. And just some ground rules again. I know we sort of laid this out at the last hearing. And I'm going to ask also, I know we have a number of new board members. We have a few that were not at the January 20th meeting. And also Mr. Thomas, just going to ask if any members who were not at the January 20th meeting were ever able to pull up the video of that recording and able to sort of bring yourself up to speed as to the issue that was discussed at that last meeting regarding this complaint. Yes, Mr. Thomas.
Speaking for myself, Mr. Slezak did provide me with a copy of the agenda and all the complaint attachments and the complaint itself, Mr. Schwartz's answer and all of that. In addition to that, he provided me with the video link. I was able to successfully get into that and I reviewed that. Hi,
is this Mr. Lopez? Oh, this is Jen Evans at Merrill Lynch. I'm going to send you over to my cell phone.
Excuse me, is there a way to delete everyone or to put people on mute so that, Ms. Kangura?
Yes, I just muted everyone, Chair.
Hey, Mr. Pickens, you have to unmute.
Mr. Thomas, you can finish, sir. Sorry for that interruption.
And Mr. Thomas, you have to unmute as well.
Did I do it?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I got all the materials from the January meeting. I got the agenda. I was able to access the video and I've actually watched it and parts of it a couple times. So thank you for the inquiry and I was all set on that.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Hendricks and Ms. Hammoud, if I believe Dr. Carnell, are you guys up to speed on where we are? Well, no, I'm sorry, Dr. Carnell, you were present last meeting.
I was.
Mr. Hendricks and anyone else who were not present, are you guys up to speed on the issues that were taking place in this complaint?
Well, I was present last week and the meeting was postponed.
That not the last week's meeting, but the January 20th meeting.
Yeah, I received all of the documents.
Okay. Ms. Hammoud? Ms. Hammoud, are you?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. So getting back to Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Broich, I'm going to let you finish up here. Again, so just some quick ground rules that we do know that this is not the formal rules of evidence are not really followed by this board, although you may object if you feel that something is objection worthy. We ask that you address this board, not each other. You can as question witnesses and whatnot. The matter before this board at this time is there's a complaint against Ms. Palmer with respect to her serving on the Wayne County Board of Canvassers and additionally serving on a nonprofit organization that seems as though she may have created. That is the crux of the complaint, not anything else, nothing to do with the election or anything else. That is the crux of why we're here today. So we're going to try to limit everything to the discussion as to whether or not there's an ethics ordinance violation with respect to Mrs. Palmer's ability to serve on the Wayne County Board of Ethics and also operate this nonprofit organization. So with that said, I'm going to open up to Mr. Broich and let you continue, sir.
Per chair, I think you said Board of Ethics. I just want to make sure it's the Board of Canvasser.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Hammoud. Yes, I apologize for that. The Board of Canvassers, so many boards. But yes, the Board of Canvassers, her ability to serve on the Board of Canvassers and also serve on this nonprofit organization. So with that said, I'm going to open up to you, Mr. Broich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to give the board a brief rundown of what I intend to accomplish this morning, and it will be brief. As the board knows, last time on the 20th, I was able to examine Ms. Palmer, and given that examination, I think I can cut down the rest of my rest of what I intend to do quite a bit. So today I'm going to call as a brief witness Kathleen Abke, and then I'll allow Mr. Schwartz to take over and do what he wants to do. So I believe Kathleen Abke is present, and I'd ask her to unmute herself and join us. Are you there, Ms. Abke?
Yep, I am here.
Okay. Ms. Abke, would you introduce yourself to the board, please?
Hi, I'm Kathleen Abke, and I'm a former member of the Grosse Pointe Public School System Board of Education.
Okay, did you hold any officer positions on the Board of Education?
I did. I was the vice president, and prior to that, I was the secretary.
When were you a member of the Grosse Pointe Public Schools Board of Education?
I was appointed in July of 2016, and then I was elected in the 2016 election, so I served from that point until the end of December 2020.
Okay, so you just recently came off the board?
Yes, that's correct.
And during your term on the board, were you the target of a recall campaign?
Yes, I was. There were recall petitions filed against me and several other members.
Do you remember how many members in total recall petitions were filed against?
5 out of 7.
Okay, so five members of the board were targeted for recall. Do you know who targeted board members for recall?
At the recall hearings, whoever filed the petition was a lawyer. They were hired representatives, and they weren't telling us who paid their bills, so we don't know who was behind the recalls.
Okay. Are you aware if Monica Palmer signed any of the recall petitions?
I'm aware that she signed a couple of them, yes.
Okay. That was, in terms of the recall efforts and the hearings with attorneys representing petitioners and not saying who paid for various procedures, did any of that trouble you?
Yeah, it was concerning because we didn't know who was behind it, who wanted this to happen.
Did you run for reelection, Ms. Apke?
I did.
And how did you finish?
I was just a couple hundred votes behind the winners. I believe it was like 0.4% of the votes. So I did not get enough votes and I was not retained.
Okay. And how much money did you spend on your reelection campaign?
I spent just under $1,000 by intention.
Okay. In your experience, is that fairly typical in a Grosse Pointe school board race?
I'm going to object to this. I don't know what that has to do with what's before this board today.
Oh, Mr. Pinkins, you're on mute.
And I'm going to sustain his objection. The chair would like to know where is this going, Mr. Boych, and how does that affect what is before us today with respect to Ms. Palmer's ability to serve on the Wayne County Board of Canvassers and also this nonprofit organization?
Well, I'll move on, Mr. Chairman, but I do think, and I think, I'll leave it up to the discretion of the board, obviously, but the nonprofit organization that we're describing is a political action committee. And it spent, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, well more than any board candidate. So I think in terms of context, it's relevant when Ms. Palmer has claimed that one of her defenses in the case is that she was not supporting any candidate. But I'm happy to move on. Ms. Apke, there was an organization that ran a lot of advertising relating to the school board election that you noticed. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know who that was?
Taxpayers, Grosse Pointe Taxpayers, I think was the name of it. It was a nonprofit.
And you personally saw those ads, right?
Yes, I did.
Were there a lot of candidates in the 2020 Board of Education election?
There were 18 candidates that were running for 5 seats.
Okay. Did any of the candidates run together as a slate?
Yeah, there were several members that ran together on all their literature and their signs.
And do you remember who those were?
That was Miss Pappas, Miss Pangborn, and Miss Nowicki.
Do you know what their platform was?
Yeah, during the course of budgeting, we had to close 2 schools in the district, and they were saying they wanted to reopen those schools. We reconfigured some of the grades so that the 5th graders were going to be taught in the middle school building, and they wanted to reverse that. They all were saying those same things.
Okay. And did Taxpayers for Grosse Pointe Schools advertisements feature any of the candidates?
Yes, their pictures and names were on the ads, and the platform was identical to what they were saying in public.
And which candidates were those?
That was Mrs. Cindy Pangborn, Miss Pappas, and Miss Nowicki.
Okay. And the Taxpayers for Grosse Pointe schools ads, did they advocate the same platform as you were familiar from Miss Pangborn, Nowicki, and Miss Pappas?
Yeah, it was identical.
Do you think it's fair that a person who spent money supporting your opponents in the election is one of the people in charge of certifying the election?
No, I don't.
Objection.
Why not?
The reason is what she thinks is great, but we're not here to find out what Miss Apke thinks.
Well, I think this is a person who is actually affected by what Ms. Palmer did, and she's a citizen of Wayne County with the right to expect that the elections of Wayne County are fair and impartial.
Well, I think, Mr. Broich, you've already made that point, so I think we can move on because I would have to agree with Mr. Schwartz. It sounds like we're calling for speculation. We get into what this particular witness assumes or her opinion may be, and I'm not sure if that's based on what we're here to decide. So I think you've already made that point. We can always move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no more further questions for Ms. Apke.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz, do you have any questions for Ms. Peck?
Yes, I do. Ms. Apke, you mentioned that there was a recall petition.
Yes, that's correct.
And you saw some recall petitions with signatures on them? Is that correct?
I'm trying to recall. No. Well, no, I guess I didn't.
Well, wait a minute. You said before that you thought that Ms. Palmer signed the recall petition. Are you telling me that you're not saying that now? You're changing what you were saying?
Did I see the physical petition? No.
All right, so then you don't know whether she signed any recall petitions, correct?
My understanding was yes, but
Well, I'm not interested in what you were thinking. I just want to know what you actually saw. Did you see any, excuse me, ma'am, let me just finish the question and we can get your answer. All I want to know is, did you see any recall petitions that had Monica Palmer's signatures on them?
I did not physically see the signatures.
Thank you very much. Now, as far as we're talking about some flyers that went out, how many of those did you see?
I don't have an exact number. There was 1 or 2 a week for a period of many weeks.
Okay. And
I saw at least 5 or 6.
You saw 5 or 6. Did any of them?
Plus the ads in the newspapers.
Excuse me?
Plus the ads in the newspapers.
Ads in the newspapers. Okay. In terms of these documents that you saw, advertisements or flyers or whatever, did you see any of them say in those documents that people should vote in favor of any particular candidate?
Not sure I understand the question. The flyers and the ads had pictures and names of 3 candidates.
Well, that's not what I'm interested in, because you can have pictures of anything. The question that I've asked you, ma'am, is whether or not any of the language in the advertisements specifically stated that they were indicating that you or any of the voters in the Grosse Pointe School District should vote for anybody in particular.
I don't have those ads in front of me. The language I recall was that if anyone was concerned about any of this and there was a tax on administration in the school, that they should contact those 3 people with their names.
Okay, so what you remember is that they said they should contact these people, but they didn't say that you should vote for these people, correct?
Again, I don't have all the ads in front of me. The 4-color heavy cardboard mailers that came twice a week. I don't have them in front of me, so I can't speak to the exact language without looking at them again.
Do we have somehow or other some way to, because I think that Mr. Bruch had a number of these items that he had made as exhibits. Is there some way that we can show that on the board? So that
I'm happy to share one.
Sure. If we can do that, then we can see maybe it might help Ms. Apke to refresh her recollection. Is that possible?
Should be seeing it on the screen now, I think.
Okay, let's just see what we're looking at. Okay. All right, so I want you to take a look at this one that Mr. Bruch is showing to us now. Mr. Bruch, can you bring it down just a little bit? Because I'm not sure if we have the whole. Okay, good, that's it. So you'll see over here, there's an advertisement.
Oh, yes.
Correct?
It says, tell Pangborn, Nowicki, and Pappas to bring back excellence.
That's what it does say. And it also says,
and on Tuesday, November 3rd, vote to return excellence. So
vote to return excellence.
And then there's their names, Pangborn, Nowicki, and Pappas.
That's exactly what it says. And then it says, not paid for by any candidate.
Yeah, it says paid for by taxpayers for Grosse Pointe schools.
All right. But it doesn't specifically say that anybody should vote in favor of any.
That's exactly what it says.
Excuse me, ma'am, just don't interrupt. Let me just finish the question, please. Other than what you interpret it to mean, there is nothing in there that specifically says vote for anybody, correct?
I'm going to object. I mean, the ad speaks to it for itself. We can all read the word vote. He's trying to imply something that's not there. I don't know how this witness can answer. I think it should be, trying to get into Mr. Schwartz's mind.
All I'm doing is simply looking at this so that we don't end up with people thinking what this means. I just want to know specifically, factually, what does it say? And did it say that anybody should specifically vote for anybody of any, whether it be these 3 people or anybody else? That's the only thing I want to know.
Ms. Papke can answer that question.
I see it saying on Tuesday, November 3rd, vote to return excellence, Pangborn, Nowicki, and Pappas.
Okay. It has those three names, and that's all you saw, correct?
That's all I'm looking at, that everyone else is looking at also.
Okay, very good. I also want you to take a look. There's another one. I think it's Exhibit 7. I could be wrong, Mr. Bruch. You've got another one of these out there.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to figure out how to stop sharing this, so. It'll take me just a second to pull up the other exhibits.
Sure.
All right, you should see it now.
That's not the one. You got another one which had, I think, 5 different individuals on them.
Oh, that's not the taxpayers ad. You want the candidate ad.
Well, that's what I want you to get. That was the last ad that I think you showed us at our last meeting.
Sure, just give me one moment. So for the record, the prior exhibit I had marked as Exhibit 11, and this one is Exhibit 12 that I'll be sharing.
Okay.
Tom, it's this one, in case you are confused.
Is this the one you wanted, Mr. Schwartz?
That's the one, yes. If we could somehow or other show the whole thing, because it looks like we can see the first part of it. There we go. Okay. And if we could put it up a little bit higher so it's more centered, and then maybe make it a little.
This is going to be the best I can do, I think.
All right, yeah, let's look at that. That looks good. Good. Okay. Now, in this item, this was, you said, Exhibit 13?
12.
12, Exhibit 12. Okay. Ms. Abke, did you ever see this? It looks like it was in the newspaper. Had you ever seen that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And this one over here, it says over here, that there are 5 different candidates, 3 of whom, or at least, yeah, 3 of whom were the same people that you had on the other list, correct?
Yes, and 4 of whom had identical signs.
I don't know about identical signs. I'm just telling you to look at what we've got, please. Just let's look at what we've got. And you have 2 others, Ahmed Ismaili and Ahmed Mishmael, rather, and John Steininger, who are not on the other document, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You see 5 people here, right?
Yeah.
3 of them were in the other item that we just looked just before this, correct?
3 of them were in the last one, yes.
All right, and 2 of them were not, correct?
Correct.
And in this one over here, if you look toward the bottom, after you look at the pictures of the candidates, there's a thing that says, show your support for this first-rate slate with your 5 school board votes and displaying their lawn signs. Now, this one specifically says, support them by voting for them, correct?
It says cut out and take to voting booth.
Now, the one just above that, what does it say just above that?
It says what you just read.
Yeah, okay. And what I just read says show your support by voting for these 5 candidates, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay.
You're asking, okay.
Don't tell me what I'm asking.
If I don't understand what you're asking, how can I answer your question? It says exactly what you read.
Ma'am, we're ready for the next question. You've already answered. I'm just looking to get on with what we've got now. On the bottom of this entire thing, it's hard to see, but in that kind of light reddish border at the very bottom, there's a name of.
I can't see that.
I know you can't, and it would be hard for you to see that because it's, I think, hard for almost anybody to see. But if you get it real large and bring it up, it will show you, if we can raise, there you go. And it shows who paid for the advertisement. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
I see some of it. Some of it's blocked by the photos of the people here.
All right. Well, anyhow, let's what you can see it's paid for by, and it's got committees for the candidates that are listed, correct?
That is what it looks like.
Okay. You don't see anything about taxpayers for GPS schools there, do you?
This isn't their ad, so no, I don't.
Right. And this ad is different from the other ad, even though it kind of has the same kind of dress, as we would say, because it kind of looks sort of in the same general configuration, correct?
It does look sort of in the same general configuration, yes.
Right. Except that this one that we're looking at tells people to vote for somebody, whereas the other one doesn't use that terminology, correct?
The way I read them, they both use the similar terminology. I don't know what you're getting at.
Well, all right.
You're asking me to read something in front of me, and I can do that for you.
Okay, all I need to do is for them to read what you have as opposed to giving your interpretation, okay?
I'm going to object. First of all, he's badgering the witness, but second of all, he asked her for her interpretation. So if she wants him to read, that's fine. But if he asks for the interpretation, she's going to give it.
All right.
We're going to allow it. We're going to allow it. You can proceed, Mr.
Very good. All right. And I have no further questions of this witness.
Okay, thank you. At this time, does any board member have any questions of Ms. Am I pronouncing this correct? Ms. Papke?
Papke, yes.
Papke. Does any board members have any questions about Ms. Papke? And thank you for Ms. Papke for being here today.
You're welcome.
Just following your the testimony, I just want to ask if any board members have any questions of you at this time.
Sure.
If not, we're going to move on. Mr. Broich, you have any other witnesses you'd like to call?
No, Mr. Chairman, that completes our presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Williams.
Yes. Would you just make sure that Ms. Papke spells her full name for the record before she goes off? Maybe she gets it on the
Sure. Ms. Apke, would you state your name and spell first and last name for us, please?
Sure. My name is Kathleen Abke. It's Kathleen is K-A-T-H-L-E-E-N, and the last name is Abke. A, B like boy, K-E.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Ms. Apke. So, Mr. Broich, are you complete with your presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and thank the board for their attention.
Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Schwartz. At this time, Mr. Schwartz, anything you would like to, I'm going to let you do any presentation you would like to do, call any witnesses you would like to call, and ask any questions that you would like to ask at this time.
All right, I have a couple of things. First, Mr. Chairman, just so that I'm sure, both Mr. Bruch and I submitted exhibits that were given to Mr. Williams, and then I believe he then sent them out to each member of the board. And as I know, we're not working on strict rules of evidence. Do I understand that these exhibits are the equivalent of having been put into evidence so that they can then be considered by each member of the board as if it were, in a situation where it was in evidence?
Yes, you are correct. If you submit, I do have a packet that you submitted. Are you asking to have it presented as Mr. Bruch? And I apologize if I'm pronouncing your name, Mr. Bruch. But are you asking to have it presented the same way he presented his, or are you just asking if the board members receive the packet?
Well, I just want to be sure, because this is a little different from the normal court proceeding. So I just want to make sure that these are considered to be exhibits that have been the equivalent of admitted, so that each member of this board can look at them and utilize them to whatever they want to use for in connection with their deliberations.
with respect to your question, let me just ask each board member. Now, I have a packet before me that you were submitted with a letter dated January 18, 2021. I'm just going to hold up that packet here. Is this what you're referring to, sir?
Yeah, I can't see it, but I believe
it's a January 18, 2021 letter. And on top of that, that's the letter on top. It has a packet inside. It does have affidavits of Ms. Palmer, following some exhibits, Exhibit A, which was a letter, Exhibit B, I think Exhibit C, Exhibit D, and Exhibit E, Exhibit F, and let me just make sure. Yeah, I believe it goes to Exhibit F. So I'm going to ask all the board members, did you all receive a copy of that packet?
Yes, I did.
I did also.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Young, you also received a copy of that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Do you have a copy of for our consideration, Mr. Schwartz? Is there anything in particular that you would like to point to, or you would like us to take a look at while we're here, or you just want us to consider the whole it as a whole in our discussion, our deliberation?
Well, I want to use that in connection with my closing argument. That's why I want to know that, so that I can know that I will be able to use them for the purpose of closing arguments. I don't know that we have to.
Mr. Chair, I think what Mr. Schwartz is asking, from what I'm understanding, is have the documents been deemed admitted sufficient to say that the board can fully consider them, as if a court was making a determination whether these exhibits have been proffered, and now they're being admitted or have been admitted such that there have been no objections to the exhibits. I would consider all of them as submitted to have deemed admitted into the proceeding. I think that's the question that he's asking you as the chair.
That is correct.
That is correct. Well, that is correct, sir. Your exhibits have been admitted, and they are deemed to be evidence at this point with respect to this board. And we will consider them with respect to our deliberation, and you can use them with respect to your closing argument. That answers your question.
Yes, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, that I may, although I may be mistaken, that I may have had another submission to Mr. Williams with regard to another exhibit, but I may be wrong, that I may have just put them all in that one. You just have to take a look here a minute. I think that was it. I don't think there was anything else, unless members of the board can tell me that they have a different set of exhibits than what we've already indicated.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if there were additional exhibits. As I recall, Mr. Schwartz submitted some corrections to his exhibits in the course of the process. There were things that he believed should have been attached to certain exhibits that weren't attached to the original packet, but everything that I received from Mr. Schwartz was transmitted to the board, even as corrected.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
That takes care of that. I have nothing further because the exhibits will speak for themselves. I don't think I need to put on any more witnesses because their statements are part of what's before this board. So I will rest at this point.
And the chair just wants to ask this quick question. I believe Dr. Carnell had requested a copy of the manual for the board at County of Canvassiers. Just want to make sure Dr. Carnell and all members of the board received that manual. If any member has not received that manual and had the opportunity to view it, please let us know at this time.
What manual are you referring to, Mr. Chair?
There was a manual for the boards of county canvassiers. It was recommended by Dr. Carnell. She asked Ms. Palmer to supply that to the board at the January 20th hearing. And through her attorney, Ms. Palmer did supply that manual, and I just want to make sure everyone had the opportunity to see it and view it.
Right, okay.
Okay.
I have a copy of that manual here.
Recess. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Schwartz.
Take a brief recess. In just like 3 minutes.
Okay, how's everyone doing? We'll take a quick, what we'll do is let's take a 15-minute recess.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, is everyone back on? Everyone back? Still
Yes.
waiting? We're still waiting. Mr. Thomas, Mr. Young, Dr. Carnell, Mr. Mood, Mr. Broich. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So it's time now. It's 10:35. We're going back on the record. We're back on the record. Today is March 1st, 2021. Back on the record of the Wayne County Ethics Board. Before we move to sort of your closing arguments in this case here, I just want to, or in this matter, I just want to ask any board members, are there any sort of follow-up questions? We did receive a copy of the board's, the manual for the Board of County Canvassers pursuant to the request from Dr. Carnell. And I just want to ask Dr. Carnell, after reviewing the manual, do you have any additional questions for Ms. Palmer or you know, her attorney or anyone else that matter?
No, not at this time.
All right, does anyone else have any questions or anything regarding just the manual submitted?
Just one, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Young.
I'm not sure how, and I'm looking when the comments are being made to bring this to an end. The fact that Dr. Carnell had asked for this document and we had an opportunity to look at it. If you look at page 2 of 6 in chapter 1, qualifications of board members. I don't know if anybody's had a chance to look at that, but it talks about, and this is for the Board of Canvassers. I'm not talking about the ethics ordinance. I understand that, but the Board of Canvassers qualifications talk about you have to be a qualified elector of the county, which we understand, and an elected official cannot serve, which makes total sense. But then it talks about if a member of the board becomes a candidate for public office or accepts a position as a precinct inspector, his or her position on the board becomes vacant. Understand that also. Goes on to conclude that as precinct delegates are not considered public officers, a board member may seek and accept a precinct delegate position, so be it. And election law does not prohibit the appointment and service of board members who are immediate family members of candidates. I guess where I'm going with this is, it seems to me that the manual for the Board of Canvassers talk about who's qualified and what would render somebody not to be qualified. And it seems to me that what they're talking about is if they were seeking public office or if they were accepted a position as a precinct inspector and nothing else. Now, if I'm reading that wrong, I can hear a response from Mr. Broich or Mr. Schwartz. I'm sure, just so I understand that, I bring that to your attention. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Young. I'm going to direct that to Mr. Schwartz, and if you can possibly direct it to Ms. Palmer, or if Ms. Palmer can answer the question.
Well, I will say that, and this wasn't brought up during the hearing, but I guess there's no reason why it couldn't be. The only thing that I understand, based on what Mr. Young has indicated, is if my client is a candidate for some kind of political office, that would render that person not qualified. The other things that you have there, I don't know that any of them actually, and I didn't write them all down, but I don't think any of them really apply to this matter. Because, I mean, Ms. Palmer can tell us whether or not she's heard this, and she may have had an opportunity to read this as part of her duties as a member of the Board of Canvassers. But if she doesn't meet any of those things, then this wouldn't apply to her or to this hearing.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, Mr. Young.
Maybe I was trying to run through it quick, and the whole question sort of lost its meaning. I guess what I'm trying to understand here is, and maybe I misunderstood the process of accepting all of these documents, and I'm not trying to raise something that's not part of the record. And if the chair so rules, then I'll set this down and forget it. But my understanding is the manual was asked for and was part of the record. And the manual deals with Board of County Canvassers, and it says if you're not running for public office, and if you're not serving as a precinct inspector, then you're qualified to serve on the Board of Canvassers. That's the way I read it. Now, if I'm reading that wrong, I would like to know, because I guess the conflict I have with me is if I have a document that says to be a Board of Canvassers, here's what you have to do to be qualified. And then we have an ethics ordinance over here that says something different. How am I supposed to reconcile these two? How am I supposed to pull these together? How am I supposed to make some sort of a decision on this? And how are we to look at this in the future? That's where I'm at. So if I'm making more out of this than I should be, you can let me know.
Mr. Chair, could I address that?
Well, first off, I'm going to say, let me just, before I get to you, Mr. Broich, I'm just going to say, Mr. Young, I think you are correct, because we were just supplied with the manual for the Board of County Canvassers. The prior hearing, we did not have this. The board was not provided with this documentation. So, being that we were just provided pursuant to Dr. Carnell's request, it does raise questions, and that's why we're here today. So, with that said, I'm going to open up to Mr. Broich to respond, and then I guess Mr. Schwartz, if you want to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And how I would address that question, Board Member Young, is that in many circumstances, I don't think this is unique, in many circumstances, there are different sources of law that apply to the subjects at hand. The statute, which the manual is trying to interpret, indicates certain basic requirements and disqualifications from service as a member of the Board of Canvassers. I look at the ethics ordinance as a supplement to that, because the statute doesn't say that it's exclusive. It doesn't say that it occupies the entire field. It just sets up qualifications and a few exclusions. There are many, many public service positions that have qualifications and exclusions. The Wayne County Ethics Ordinance supplements those. You wouldn't want to write out the requirements of the ethics ordinance because there were provisions that said you had to be a certain age, or you had to have certain qualifications, or anything else that you fairly commonly see in statute. In very, very, very many circumstances, you have statutes, you have rules, you have ordinances. They don't conflict here. They work together. And so I think you can safely apply the ethics ordinance, even though the statutes themselves indicate certain circumstances where exclusion is mandatory.
Mr. Schwartz, would you like to respond? Or
I don't disagree with Mr. Bruch. I don't think that the Mr. Bruch is talking about a statute. I'm not quite sure what citation he gives to the statute. But assuming that it's a statute, it doesn't necessarily preempt municipalities from entering, from putting out ordinances, which may go beyond what the statute says. So I don't really think that that's really going to be a problem here. And again, if my client tells you whatever you need to know about whether or not those couple of different items that Mr. Young referred to applies to her, that'll be that. If, on the other hand, it doesn't apply to her, she'll let you know, because she'll tell you factually whether or not she's a candidate or is a precinct inspector, because that seems to be the two items that we're looking at. And at least from that one point of view from the manual. And if it turns out that factually there is no disqualification based upon her being what she is, I don't understand that she is a candidate. I don't understand that she is a precinct inspector. And if that's the case, then we don't have to really worry too much about that, or worry at all, because it's really not applicable. So,
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that Mr. Schwartz understands my question, but given the fact that both agree that this is not part of consideration and that the two are mutually exclusive and they don't necessarily cause any conflict, I'm satisfied with that and I'll accept that. We can move on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Young. Is there any other questions from the other members regarding some of the new information that we just received today? Ms. Hamoud, excuse me.
Yes, I just, I guess on the same subject, I thought about that, but in my mind, and I mean, we have Mr. Williams, as an advisor here, as a ethics board member. I'm looking at the complaint and looking at the section where it says a public servant shall not engage in or accept employments or render services for a private or public interest when that employment or service is incompatible with the discharge of the public servant's official duties. So in my mind, I was, I used and thank you, Dr. Cornell, because I used to try to figure out, okay, from the duties, if I remember from last hearing, we had discussion, is it ministerial or not, and what it is. So that gave me additional insight or information on the duty. Is it just, okay, this is the vote, is there, are they tying or not, versus, okay, I do have also other duties in case of a recall and other, things that may happen. So that's how I used it, if it may help you, Mr. Young. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hamoud. Is there any further questions? Okay. Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Dr. Cornell.
I do want to go back to one of the reasons that I asked for the manual, and it was through a discussion that I was having with Ms. Palmer regarding her duties. She mentioned that during the time that she was working to certify the votes for Detroit, she and Ms. Palmer, you can correct me if I misinterpret the information you shared, that she had concerns and that she asked members of the board for certain items. And I asked, where was that written? I'd like to see the manual. So I wonder if Ms. Palmer could point out in the manual where that discretion or that authority lies on her ability to ask board members for certain documents when it didn't appear to be, or it appeared to be outside her authority.
Mr. Schwartz.
I don't quite understand the question, because my understanding is from the last time that we had a hearing that Dr. Cornell wanted a copy of the manual. It was supplied to her. I don't know if my client did it or whether she had somebody from the Board of Canvassers do it or somebody from the clerk's office do it, but that was sent. Now,
that's correct.
That's the only thing that I know. I don't know.
But do you know why? Do you remember why I asked for it? What prompted that discussion?
No, I don't really remember that, but I do know you asked for it, and understood that you then received the document that you were looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I'm following up on that then. Now that I have the document, I believe I can follow up on that, correct?
It's up to the, it's up to,
let me just add to before, because again, the chair was present at that last hearing. The chair recalls there was some conversation. I believe Ms. Palmer did state what her duties were, and I believe Dr. Carnell did ask, is that written somewhere? And I believe Ms. Palmer did mention that's in the manual, and I believe Dr. Carnell said, do you have a copy of that manual? Can you provide it to the board? So I believe that's what Dr. Carnell is referencing now. That was based on that dialogue that she had with Ms. Palmer at the January 20th, 2021 hearing. Go ahead, Mr. Schwartz.
I have nothing further to say. I understand that Dr. Carnell perhaps wants to ask a question concerning the manual. So I don't know what the question would be, so I can't even say anything further about it.
Dr. Carnell, do you have your question, or have you already posed your question?
Yes, my question is, can she point to the document, to the manual, her authority within the Board of Canvassers that she described on January 20th as her authority?
Ms. Palmer, let the chair ask this question also. Just from the chair, Ms. Palmer, you provided this manual to us, and it was also based on the dialogue that you had with Board Member Carnell. Do you have a duty, or is it required to you, or do you know what's in this manual? Are you required to know what's in this manual? You did mention your duties, and you did mention this manual. So are you, obviously, the chair would take it that you are knowledgeable of the manual that you provided for us. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now you may answer Dr. Carnell's question.
Question for you, Mr. Chair.
Question that Dr. Carnell posed to you. If you can answer that question, I think she's referencing where specifically does it state your duties in the manual with respect to, I believe, the dialogue that you have, if I'm correct, Dr. Carnell?
Correct.
I just wanted to clarify, because that questioning was in regards to what happened on election night. And at the beginning of this meeting, you tried to keep the focus on the ethics complaint, is my understanding. Are we reverting back to discussing what happened to election night?
If I may.
Yes, Dr. Carnell.
No, this basically goes to your authority or your job duties or your what you state is your authority. So we're using the example of what happened in Detroit, because that's what you brought up on January 20th.
Okay.
I want to make sure I understand.
Let me just see if I can clarify it as well. And Dr. Carnell, forgive the chair if the chair is overstepping or miss sort of quoting you. But I think what Dr. Carnell is asking is to point out what your duties are with respect to the Wayne County Board of Canvassers. I do believe that would be relevant to what we're here today for, to determine if there's an actual conflict of interest with respect to the ethics ordinance, if your duties as a Wayne County member of the Wayne County Board of Canvassers sort of impedes your obligation, or if your duties or sort of impedes your working on this nonprofit. So I believe that would somewhat, the chair would believe that would be relevant to explain what your duties are on the Board of County Canvassers for Wayne County.
Yes, thank you. My duty as a Wayne County Board of Canvasser is to canvass the election results. And when that canvass is complete, certify the election.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
And just a quick follow is, so that's your complete duties that as you know them to be?
Additionally, we are to, I don't have the manual in front of me to have the exact terminology, but we do an inspection of the ballot containers and certify whether those are secure on a regular basis.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Hendricks.
That wasn't Dr. Carnell's question. And I don't know if you diluted what her question was, but if Dr. Carnell could restate her question and allow Ms. Palmer to respond.
So,
Dr. Carnell, please restate your question and again, the chair will add my apologies if I misinterpreted your question, but yes, restate your question.
It's okay. On January 20th, we had a discussion with Ms. Palmer regarding her duties and authority. As an example of her duties and authority, Ms. Palmer talked about what she does when there are concerns around the election results and certifying these election results. She mentioned that in certifying, she needs the documentation in order to certify. And then if there is some concerns about the documentation, then she asks individuals about X, Y, and Z. She asked board members X, Y, and Z. I then asked, where is this written? And the answer was the manual. I said, I'd like to see the manual so that we can point out where it is written. And so now I'm asking, where is it written in the manual? So going beyond just the certification process as you deemed what it was, you mentioned there are other responsibilities and duties that you feel that you need to do in order to certify results. This can happen in Detroit, it can happen in Grosse Pointe. So I just want to know, where is it in the manual about the other things that you do through interpretation of asking individuals for this documentation or asking it? Okay.
I understand your question better now. The additional duties are talking to the clerk, and if we still can't balance the number of ballots issued versus number of ballots cast, to bring the clerk in and have conversation with them or the clerk's staff. Those were the additional details I was discussing. I would have to pull up the manual. It's 30 pages long. I can't give you the page number. Would you like me to take the time to go pull that up for you?
I'm seeing my colleagues, my board member colleagues shaking their head yes, but it will be determined upon the chair. Mr. Williams, through the chair.
Mr. Williams.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I know at least one area where this issue is addressed is in Chapter 3, pages 7 and 8 of 9 in Chapter 3, where it talks about the scope of authority when conducting the canvass.
Mr. Chairperson?
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
Just to point something out that may speed things along. The duties are laid out in the introduction. It's at page 3 of the manual that we received from Ms. Palmer's counsel. It says introduction, and then it has the 4 primary duties that a canvasser has. And it is, as Mr. Williams said, it's broken down further, but there's a complete listing in the introduction: complete canvasses and certification, conduct recounts, resolve claims involving malfunctioning voting equipment and defective ballots, inspect ballot containers. And everything that has been mentioned so far is broken down and added to later in the manual, but that's a pretty good summary of the duties of a canvasser in Wayne County.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Thomas. Just for the chair, I just want to add to, I just had a couple quick questions because I did look at the manual and I did go through it, and I just had a couple quick questions. And one, I believe with this, the witness, Miss Abke, I believe she mentioned that she saw Miss Palmer's signature on some recall petitions. Then further, it sounded like on cross examination or further examination by Mr. Schwartz, she sort of mentioned that, well, she didn't actually see it, she heard from it. So I'm still a little unclear on that. But if I'm looking at chapter 2, page 6 of 6 in the manual, and I'm just looking at the recall elections part here, and it just says the Board of County Canvassers is responsible for canvassing the votes cast in the county for and against the recall of the federal, state, or county officer, except the Office of County Commissioner. The Board of County Canvassers forwards the results obtained to the Board of State Canvassers for the certification step. The Board of County Canvassers is responsible for canvassing and certifying the votes cast in the county for and against the recall of the county commissioner, a city, township, village, or school official. It gives the relevant Michigan statute. A recall election held within the city or school district that crosses county boundaries is canvassed and certified by the county that contains the greatest number of registered voters in the jurisdiction. Again, it gives the relevant Michigan statute that governs this. I don't, and I can ask Ms. Palmer, I don't see anywhere in here that it precludes a member of the county Board of Canvassers from acting in their capacity as an elector or a qualified voter from signing a recall petition, if that in fact is what happened. I want to move on to what was mentioned earlier too. I'm moving on to chapter 3, 1 of 9. And I look here where it says failure to perform canvassing duties. It says the authority of the canvassing and certifying the votes cast at a primary elections transferred described below if the canvassing board responsible for the completion of the work fails to perform its duties within the allotted time period. It goes on to give the allotted time on the next page, chapter 3, but moving over to chapter 3, page 8 of 9, it gives down here, it specifically is so in bold writing here, it says the power to correct errors. It says here, if there appears to be a discrepancy in the records completed by a precinct board, the board has the authority to, and it goes through and lists, direct the person who has the custody of the ballot containers to 1, appear at the canvas with the sealed containers, open them, number 3, and remove any documents required to complete the canvas. Direct the election inspectors who certify the returns to tabulate any uncounted ballots. It goes down to alternative process. Michigan election law provides the Board of County Canvassers the authority to designate members of the county clerk staff to count any ballots that the election inspectors fail to count and to make correct returns. Another bullet point, directing the election inspectors who certify the returns to retabulate the ballots counted on election night if the following applies. And then it gives the following. It does list the duties here. The total number of ballots tabulated according to the totals taped does not equal the total number of votes as reported in the poll book, and a physical count of ballots. So it sort of lays out the duties here that's required of the Board of Canvassers. Also talks about their failure to perform these duties. A question I asked for Ms. Palmer is, and this was submitted by your attorney, Mr. Schwartz, I believe it's an affidavit you filled out here. And again, the chair only asked this question because it was submitted by your attorney, Mr. Schwartz, in relevance to what this matter that we're here discussing today. And if you were required to be aware of this manual and your duties, in 19 of, I believe, your affidavit here, it says that you stated that the Wayne County Corporation Counsel, Janet Anderson Davis, told me that I had to certify the vote that night. She told the members their role was ministerial and that they could not use their discretion on matters like the record being incomplete. We were told that the discretion was outside the board's authority. And again, looking at the manual, it sounds like that was not correct. So if you had knowledge of this manual, again, are you on mute?
I don't believe that am I off mute?
No, you could be heard, but it's a little disjunctive.
There may have been some clarity issues in my communication with the no vote, and we're dragging this back into the election.
I think we're
As
having difficulties with
the timing of the meeting, I did not have the information from the clerk, from the City of Detroit clerk. I had not the revised statement of voters that were provided the day before certification. I didn't have a written report to understand which precincts were at that moment in or out of balance, had they been corrected or not. It's not that I was choosing not to certify complete information. In my opinion, the canvas was not complete. And I initially voted no, and later attempted to rescind my yes vote because we should have had the ability to take over with 10 additional days to dig through to get the answers to make those corrections. Because again, at the time that the corrections for the canvas had all been made.
Again, Ms. Palmer, thank you for that response. But the question I was asking, the chair wasn't looking to get into the election night. I was just laying out the duties in the manual as stated, and in response to what you stated in your affidavit, that you were told that you didn't have the discretion when in the manual, or you did not have discretion on that night to do what was done or what you were calling for, when the manual lays out your duties. And it specifically says the board has the authority to, when it comes to correcting any errors, what have you. That's the only thing that the chair was mentioning. Again, not to rehash the election or anything like that. I didn't want to go down that avenue. I was just looking at, did you fully understand what your duties were as it is listed in this manual? That's what the chair was asking.
Yes, I do understand the duties. I think the communication gap was whether or not the canvas was actually complete. Because if the canvas was complete, I would have to vote yes to certify.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions from any members? I believe Mr. Hendricks, do you have a question?
I'm good.
Okay. Any other members have any questions of Mr. Schwartz or Ms. Palmer?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
yes.
One of the things I wanted to mention just for the record, and it may have been stated, but probably not, that the reason that I was not present at the initial meeting of this hearing, I don't know if you explained that I had not yet received the official letter from the newly appointed and incoming sheriff. And so a technicality prevented me from being able to participate in that meeting. Subsequent from that meeting, the letter did come in. I was sworn in. Mr. Slazek took care of that. And so I was present at the last meeting, which was postponed, but I wanted to make it clear, especially to folks listening in on this meeting, not necessarily my colleagues on the board, that I've been in receipt of all of the documents. They are somewhat exhaustive, but I've reviewed everything, and I feel that I'm 100% up to speed and can make a decision based upon the information that's been presented today and also in the documents in receipt.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Hendricks. And yes, for the board and for the record, Mr. Hendricks was not present for the January 20th, 2021 hearing. As was mentioned by Mr. Hendricks, is that his term had expired and he had to be reappointed given the passing of former Sheriff Benny Napoleon. There was some tie-up in the next appointment of the new sheriff, incoming sheriff. So that did sort of delay his reappointment. So that precluded him from being here because he did not serve until he was actually reappointed to the board. So thank you, Mr. Hendricks, for pointing that out.
And
right at this time. Yes, someone else.
Last point to
Yes,
my
Dr.
colleague, Mr. Phillips, and to Mr. Williams. I know what the manual says, and I can read what the manual says about the job duties. The question was around the interpretation of the job duties and the conversation that Ms. Palmer and I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cornell. So at this time, are there any other questions at this time? Any other?
So, Mr. Chairman, this is Freeman.
Yes.
I feel like you're starting to move towards sort of wrapping things up, concluding, and maybe calling for some kind of decision.
Yes.
Before we do that, sir, could we get our attorney, Mr. Williams, just to briefly and concisely recap exactly what it is that we're being asked to consider and vote on here?
Well, and then thank you for bringing that up. Actually, we were just getting ready to get to that. Right? Okay. That was going to be the next process from the chair to
thank you, sir.
Have Mr. Williams sort of, and that's a good segue. Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Well, Mr. Williams, you have diligently listened to this matter before this board. You've heard the evidence presented. From your point of view, if you can, ask Mr. Hendricks asked, if you could sort of restate the issues and give us a recap. And also, we will be asking for your recommendation of what you feel at this matter.
Well, you know, right now, if I'm understanding what's before us, and Mr. Bruce can certainly correct me if I'm wrong, what is before this board is a complaint that alleges that Ms. Palmer was holding inconsistent positions, that her role as a participant in a PAC for the Grosse Pointe school system, that she created or was an officer of the PAC, created some inconsistencies between her with her duties as a member of the Board of Canvassers. I haven't really at this point heard anything about her duties within the PAC other than giving money or the PAC participating in a local election in Grosse Pointe related to school board members that is creating this perception of inconsistent duties. That's what I've heard and seen throughout the process, that it was her participation in raising money and supporting potentially a slate of 3 candidates, and the PAC funding advertisements for those 3 candidates that creates a question of inconsistency. There has been sort of this rollover into the election night issues, but that is not necessarily part of what was raised in the complaint when it was filed. As I sit here, I guess the question is for me, what exactly is that inconsistency? And is Mr. Bruch presenting a case that any participation by any member of the Board of Canvassers in any form of political action committee would give rise to a inconsistency if that person is sitting on the Board of Canvassers, that the mere fact that a person is a member of a PAC that participates in any form of election activity is now effectively precluded by the ethics ordinance from participating in a role as a member of the Board of Canvassers, which on its face is part of how the members of the Board of Canvassers are selected and become members of the Board of Canvassers is in fact a very political decision. It is turning on the, God help us, 2 primary political parties that achieved the most votes in the immediately preceding election. That's what I hear as the issue. The proofs have not been as definitive as I might like on the question of whether that's an inconsistent position or not. But right now, that's the issue. Hearing it, I would like to hear from Mr. Bruch exactly what he believes is the inconsistency that disqualifies Ms. Palmer from sitting as a member of the Board of Canvassers.
All right, Mr. Broich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll address that question as I kind of summarize, because I think there's a lot that goes into it, and I think that Mr. Williams has accurately addressed a primary question that this board needs to deal with, and I think walking through the ordinance will help with that. I do want to clarify a few things from your questioning as I get into this, and I'm going to share screens a couple times in an effort to help with that. One of the questions that the chair raised was about the recall petition, and there were some questions with Ms. Abke about the recall petition as well. So I put one of them on your screen. And I think it's important to note, I think your comment, Mr. Chairman, had the implication that Ms. Palmer was merely signing her name to an existing petition to recall. That's actually not the case. What happened was that Ms. Palmer initiated the petition. She filed it with the clerk, initiated proceedings, participated in the board review that happens of every petition. That board decision got appealed, in this case of Dr. Chris Lee, to the circuit court. And so now she's actually a party to a lawsuit in the circuit court about whether the petition language is sufficient to go out for signature to the voters. So it's a little more than just signing a petition in this case. It's actually initiating it and then pursuing it through the legal process. And then she'll be the one, if it passes, she'll be the one that has to bear the laboring oar of going out and getting all the signatures to recall Dr. Lee and the other candidate who she initiated a petition against. So I just wanted to make that clarification for you. And it does kind of go to the argument, or I'm sorry, go to the question that Mr. Williams addressed, which is what is the disqualifying conduct that is at issue here? And I think it's really a couple-fold. If you look at the ordinance, and I'm just getting to the right section here before I share it, the ordinance really, I think, in my view, has three sections that I'd like you to focus on. The first is the preamble at section 40-2. And that last sentence, I think, is very important. The proper performance of public duties and functions requires that the public servants be independent, impartial, and responsible to the citizens of Wayne County. And that's really what I was trying to get at with Ms. Abke's testimony. As a citizen of Wayne County and as somebody who held office and was running for office, you know, she has the expectation, as do all voters and all public officials, that public officials dealing with their matters are going to be independent, impartial, and responsible to the citizens of Wayne County. And that's, I think, really the question that you had to address, or you have to address. Is Ms. Palmer impartial and independent by virtue of not just her participation in, but her lead position in a political action committee called Taxpayers for Grosse Pointe Schools? And do her actions as the head of that PAC demonstrate that she has demonstrate that she has a different agenda, that she is not independent, and that she is not impartial? And I think the answer to that question is yes, and I'll be happy to explain why. The second part of the statute is on the next page in the definition section, which just defines conflict of interest. Does the public official have a personal interest or a duty or a loyalty to a third party that competes with or is adverse to their duty to the public interest? And I would answer that question absolutely. Ms. Palmer has a personal interest in the Taxpayers for Grosse Pointe Schools PAC. She had a personal interest in the election. They spent thousands and thousands of dollars. You heard Ms. Abke say advertisements in the newspaper every week, flyers that came out to homes, advocating, you know, no matter what they say, advocating for the election of three candidates. How you can do that and not say you have a conflict of interest when it comes to certifying and canvassing an election, I don't know. She clearly had a stake in the election. And I think it was a good question Mr. Williams raised about, well, where do you draw the line? Is any participation in a political action committee too much, given that these are inherently political positions. And I don't know where you draw the line. I think, though, that there is and has to be a line. And I think that line kind of gets drawn where you see that appearance of impropriety, or, you know, would a ordinary person looking at the two competing roles think there's a conflict here that may prohibit the elected official or the public official from carrying out his or her duties in a fair and impartial manner. Is that a little bit of a gray area? Sure it is, but it also has to be. So does if you donate to a political action committee, if you have some minor role, is that going to do it? No, I probably think it doesn't. But this is one of the reasons I was trying to ask some questions about, you know, how much money did you raise? How much money did you raise in comparison to what a typical candidate raises? Because the scope, I think, matters, and the more resources, and especially in some of these local elections where you know, a little bit of money goes a long way, that can tell you, I think, a lot about how the candidate is interested, how much the public official is interested in the outcome, and what might happen if they're allowed to participate and continue to participate in their public role. The third portion of the statute is the incompatible employment piece. And this one actually refers to the Michigan statute as well. So, you know, there was some discussion about what's in the manual in terms of, you know, whether qualifications in the manual are exclusive. And Mr. Schwartz and I both agree that they're not. But there is another statute out that's not referenced in the manual about incompatible employment. It's listed here, and I think the Wayne County ordinance is modeled after it, so they're consistent. A public servant shall not engage in or accept employment or render services for a private or public interest when that employment or service is incompatible with the discharge of their official duties. And that really goes to the heart of the conflict question. She is a public servant. There's no question about that. She did accept or engage in or render services for a private interest. So really the question is that interest incompatible with the discharge of her duties? And I'm going to explain the reasons why I think that they are. You talked a lot about the various duties and obligations of the Board of Canvassers, and that summary that was read, I think, is a good one, because it's not just about the canvass and it's not just about the certification. There are other things that boards of canvassers do. They are involved in recall elections. They're involved, importantly, in recounts of ballots, and they have discretion in those areas. And the chair talked about some of the areas where, in the canvass section, where there are where the canvassers have some leeway in what they're going to do and what they're going to decide, and whether they have discretion. And remember that the two defenses to the complaint that were raised were a claim, number one, that Ms. Palmer did not have discretion, so it doesn't matter if she has a conflict because she's got to act a certain way anyway. And the second one was that she wasn't supporting any candidates. Well, on the discretion question, there are some things that canvassers have discretion over and some things that they don't. And I thought that Ms. Palmer's answer to a question posed to her, I'm not sure if it was from Dr. Cornell or from the chair, but she said, in my opinion, the canvass was not complete. Well, if it's her opinion, then she's exercising discretion. And even were the law not to allow her that discretion, the problem here is that she may not follow the law, she may have a different view of the law, and she may act outside of the law. So she had discretion, and I'm going to show you a few examples of that, but I'm not sure how relevant it is to the statute when the conflict exists. So in terms of, for example, recounts, I'm going to share this with you. This is from the Administrative Rules R 168.925. So if there's a recount and there are challenged ballots, and remember the Grosse Pointe Public School Board election, Ms. Abke testified that she finished 0.4% outside of being reelected. And so that election actually was recountable. There was a recount could have been requested there. And if it had been requested, it would have gone in front of this member of the Board of Canvassers, Ms. Palmer. If there were objections in that recount, she would be ruling on them in her discretion. That's what the rule indicates. Challenged ballots shall be presented to the Board of Canvassers for its decision. Representatives shall be afforded an opportunity to submit authorities, and the Board of Canvassers gets to decide whether to count or reject each challenged ballot. So there clearly is discretion in some of the duties of the Board of Canvassers. So to say and object that there's no discretion is just not correct as a matter of law. Kind of the second defense was, well, she didn't support candidates. And, I don't know, I don't want to, try to get too technical on the wording. This is not about election law. This is about common sense, I think, as I said in my introductory statement. But I really don't think that there's any question that when you are running advertisements that say on Tuesday, November 3rd, vote to return excellence to the GPPSS schools, Pangbourne, Nowicki, Pappas, that you are supporting a candidate. And when you're spending the money and when you're featuring these three candidates and when you're reprinting almost verbatim their platforms and you're using the same advertising agency, the same political consultants, the same lawyers as the other candidates, and the same themes and messages. Remember, all the advertisements, whether they're candidate paid for or PAC paid for, all use the Fix the Grosse Pointe Schools platform and theme. Not only was this supporting a candidate, they were coordinated with candidates. I think that much is obvious from what we've seen. So the defenses that they put up are inadequate and they fail. I think the question gets back to the board about where do you draw that line, because clearly she has interests in this election, and not just as a voter and not just as a Republican, but she has founded an organization or assisted in founding an organization, raised more money than is typically spent in such election, put the advertisements in the paper, and then also participated in recall campaigns against board members. I think when you get to that level of interest in the election, to turn around and say you're going to be the one who's responsible for canvassing, for certifying, if there's a recount, you're going to be addressing questions on the recount. How is Ms. Abke supposed to have faith in the system, in faith in the independence of the people who are certifying the election, doing all the duties that the Board of Canvassers is charged with, when that same person has spent money, has advocated for other people to be elected, and has even signed recall petitions against other members of the board? So yes, do you have to draw a line somewhere? Absolutely. Where is that line? Obviously, that's in the board's view, and that's why we have you as good public servants to draw that line. But a line needs to be drawn somewhere, and I think in this case, it's not even close. She is so far beyond that line that I think that you should protect the integrity of the election system and make a recommendation that she not be allowed to hold these two incompatible positions. The last thing I'll say is Mr. Schwartz, I think, had mentioned in his first statement that she could just recuse herself on votes if that became necessary. Obviously, that's not part of the statute. You can't get rid of an incompatible office if one exists just by recusing yourself. And so I don't think that's a way to fix this problem either. I think the only way is for her to be removed from the Board of Canvassers or resign because she's taken these very voluntary acts of inserting herself into a local election and she has a stake in its outcome that's inconsistent with her office. Thank you for your attention. I'd also be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, Mr. Pinkins, you're on mute.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Broich. And any questions from any board members of Mr. Broich at this time?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question if I can. As Mr.
Yes,
Broich
Mr. Young.
pointed out, the definition of conflict of interest, which appears on page 2 of the ordinance, and it says what it says. If you look at how that gets applied and how we define that in the ordinance, you find that on page 5, beginning under 40-4A, and it lists 5 different matters that conduct that you could engage in that would be a violation of or at least be something that would be conflicting with the interest as stated. These, except for number 4, well, even number 4 for that matter, relate to a financial interest, doesn't it? When you look at it, I mean, at least that's the way I look at it.
Certainly the financial interests are set out there on page 5. I do think you have to marry the conflict of interest provision with the provision on page 7 on incompatible employment, because that's really what the focus of the complaint was, is the incompatible employment. And that section indicates that where you're rendering services for a private interest and that service is incompatible with the discharge of your public service duties, you can't hold the public position. And I would suggest to the board that if you have a conflict of interest as that's defined, then and the conflict involves your service on in 2 different areas, one being a member of the Board of Canvassers, public position, and one being in charge of the Political Action Committee, then that conflict makes you incompatible and unable to discharge your duties.
I get how you're interpreting that, but at least in terms of what we have in front of us, the plain meaning of the ordinance talks about conflict of interest. And it seems to me that 4 out of the 5 matters discussed relate specifically to a financial interest and really to nothing else. But if we move over, as you say, to the incompatibility of employment, I'm struggling with this. Maybe you can help me. It goes back to what Mr. Williams was talking about earlier, because I had thought about this. And just to say it says a public servant shall not engage in or accept employment or render services for a private or public interest when that employment or service is incompatible with the discharge of the public servant's official duties. If my recollection serves me correctly, what we have, if we look at these documents, is Ms. Palmer served as the keeper of the records for the organization that was filed with the state of Michigan. And you had pointed out that there was a petition for recall that she had initially put together and attempted to circulate or in some form or another take some action. Was there any other specific actions of Ms. Palmer as it relates to the company, the services that she provided, other than what I just talked about?
Well, I think that she testified that she was an officer of that organization, and she testified that the organization was under her direction, and that the organization was responsible for raising the money. The organization placed the advertisements. The organization supported those 3 candidates, obviously had advertising agencies and all the rest. I don't think you can divorce her from the organization. She's in charge of it. She testified that. She's not just the record keeper. I don't know if she used the word president or what exact title. I don't remember the one that she picked, but her testimony was that she was the person who was in charge of it. And so when you look at the actions of taxpayers for Grosse Pointe Schools, her office as the head of that organization is the incompatible office in her role as a public servant, and also her own personal actions in signing, presenting, filing, and advocating for the recall petition against 2 board members. I mean, that's something she did in her personal capacity as well. And so she does have interests. She does have a stake in the election, and I don't think it's fair to the candidates or to the voters in Wayne County that the same person who is essentially leading the charge to support 3 candidates gets to then certify elections, canvass the results, deal with any recounts if there are any, and deal with recall elections.
I agree with you on the argument as it relates to the advertisements. I mean, it may not specifically use the word elect as such, and I read the Attorney General's, the Secretary of State's decision that was ultimately rendered, but I would think that clearly, as it relates to those advertisements, unless Mr. Schwartz can show me otherwise, I don't know how you conclude that that wasn't an ad that was out there for the purpose of at least in some form or another, directly or indirectly, supporting these 3 candidates. And I guess what I'm asking is finally, and I'll quiet after this, is so what you're saying is even though her stated position is keeper of the records with the company, and the fact that she's entitled to her own personal participation in an election, the fact that she's even associated with this company and the purpose and the goal and the activities of this company that she's a part of is enough in your mind, or at least the argument that you're making, to create this incompatibility of offices, because we are supposed to look at the entire action of the company as it relates to her duties, which Dr. Carnell was pointing out or trying to point out as it relates to the Board of Canvassers. I mean, is that basically what you're saying?
Not exactly. I don't think mere participation in political activity would foreclose you from being on the Board of Canvassers. I think it's a measure of degree. And I think that you have to look at all the facts and circumstances and make a decision on what the ordinance says, which is, can that person be reasonably expected to be fair and impartial and independent? And so I think on the factual circumstances that we presented to you, where you have an entity, and again, she's not just the record keeper, she's the boss. And you have that entity spending multiples of what typically happens in a small local election. And you have the advertisements that have been done. You have the degree to which they were involved in the local election. That, I think any reasonable person would reach the conclusion that she cannot be independent and impartial, that a typical person who had that much of a stake in the outcome, particularly when they're also signing and advocating for and filing recall petitions against 2 of the board members, that person just has too much of a stake in the outcome to be considered as someone who could be fair and impartial. And I would just ask that you put yourself in the shoes of the candidates. And if the candidate is, for example, asking for a recount, and there's going to be decisions in the discretion of the Board of Canvassers made on whether a ballot should be counted or a ballot should be rejected, would you think you were going to get a fair shot from a person who has spent thousands and thousands of dollars supporting someone else, who has raised that money, who has placed the advertisements, who has gone out to the public, who has actually advocated for recall? And I think in this case, the answer to that is no, that person could not be reasonably viewed as being fair or impartial objectively. And I think that's the decision you have to make, the question that you have to answer. And I think in this case, she's just way too far past the line.
And it's your position that a recusal under those circumstances is not enough?
I just don't think it's provided for in the statute. I think you either have an incompatible office or you don't. And to say I can abdicate from my public duty, I don't think we want public servants who have to abdicate their duties because they have conflicts of interest. And it's just not provided for in the ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just from the chair, Mr. Broich, I just want to ask a quick question here, just a couple of follow-up questions. You provided the documentation here. Thank you again for that. I'm looking at the ethics ordinance that you provided on page 2, and this is a copy of the ethics ordinance, but I just looked at what you just referenced under conflict of interest. And it says here means either a personal interest or a duty or loyalty to a third party that competes with or is adverse to a public servant's duty to the public interest in the exercise of official duties or official action. And what I'm looking at here is I'm trying to figure out, and I think this is what Mr. Williams was getting at, I'm trying to figure out where do you point to something that, because the operative words here are competes with or is adverse to. Okay, you might find a personal interest, you might find a duty or loyalty to a third party. Where is the compete with or adverse to? And what I'm looking at is, as it sounds like her duties on the Board of County Canvassers, on the Wayne County Board of Canvassers, is to certify the canvass. I think some of the testimony we heard back in January is that she's not counting votes. She's not going out and actually overseeing the vote counting. She's to canvass or certify the canvass as is presented to her. So how does she effectuate or have some influence over an election? That's what I'm grappling with. And even after you heard from the testimony of January 20th, I think Ms. Palmer mentioned that I believe it was her husband ran in a local election. And she presented that to, I believe, her superiors. And I asked Ms. Palmer if she can clarify who those people were. And she, full disclosure, said that my husband is in this election, same election that she would have been certifying the canvass for that election. And whoever her superiors were did not find it to be a conflict of interest. So I'm trying to find out where is the conflict of interest that you see directly related to her duties on the board, even if this advertising from this nonprofit organization, because it seems like the ads that went out, could be seen as advertising, it doesn't have the support or vote for. But where is the conflict of interest if her duties is to certify the canvass, even for a recall? I don't see anywhere in the recall where it says that she's actually counting the recall votes. She can order a recall. They can order the clerks to recall. They can, to count the votes. They can order the clerks to tabulate the votes if they're out of sync. But I don't see where she's directly touching any ballots or influencing the election. So, for instance, if she did have candidates in an election, where is it that she can influence the outcome of that election if she's just certifying or not certifying what's presented to her?
Sure, I think I can address that question. And it really does go back to her duties. And there's been a lot of focus on the canvassing and the certification part of her duties. And I can see why. That's obviously one of the biggest things that the Board of Canvassers has to do. But that's not all that they have to do. And I think it's most obvious example I can give you, although there are more, deals with recounts. And I'll put up on the screen for you a statute I haven't shown yet, but it's dealing with this question of recounts. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find the appropriate one. I think that's the rule. Well, I don't want to take too much time, but the statutory section is MCL 168.869 and also 168.872. And so in the first part, when there's a recount petition filed, the Board of County Canvassers are summoned and they make an investigation of the facts set out in the petition. So you have a recount petition, there's reasons why a candidate wants the ballot or the vote recounted. And it's the Board of Canvassers' job in that instance to investigate the facts. Because I think what you're really getting at, Mr. Chairman, is the discretion question and whether she has the discretion to do something where her personal beliefs might interfere with her discretion or her application of discretion. And you're right. If she has no ability to do anything that would change the outcome, then perhaps this is no harm, no foul, even though a conflict exists. But that's not what is true in this circumstance. It's not what happens under the statute. And so if you look at 168.872, when a petition is filed and a person conceives himself aggrieved on account of any fraud, wrongdoing, or a violation of the law, and it shall appear to the Board of Canvassers having jurisdiction that there's probable cause to believe there's been fraud, the canvassers shall make a full and complete investigation of the same. And then I indicated to you earlier, I put up the rule, the administrative rule on this, where there can be ballot challenges. So they're in the middle of the recount and they're going through ballot by ballot. And a member of the Republican Party says, I challenge that ballot. Well, that's where the canvassers get involved and decide whether that ballot is going to be counted or not. Or there's an objection that a ballot that was, maybe there's a, go back to Florida and hanging chads. Maybe there's a ballot that hasn't been filled out quite exactly and the machine didn't read it. And there's an objection from one of the candidates or observers whether that ballot should be counted or not counted. The Board of Canvassers makes that decision. Ms. Palmer gets to decide whether that ballot is counted or not counted as one of 4 of the Board of Canvasser members. And so there are discretionary aspects of the statute, and there are instances where Ms. Palmer gets to make a decision that may impact votes. Remember, Ms. Abke's testimony was 0.4% different, just a couple hundred votes between her in office and not in office. Now, she didn't make a recount request or file a recount petition, but she could have. And, we're not here necessarily to talk about whether in this actual case, Ms. Palmer did something or didn't do something that was incompatible with her duties. What we're talking about is, are the offices incompatible? Because this is going to come up again in the future. She may be sitting as a canvasser on a recall election if those petitions get through. And if she's faced with this choice in the future, we don't want her acting with a conflict of interest and deciding whether a vote should be counted or a vote shouldn't be counted. There are other situations in the statute where she also has discretion. There's write-in portions of the statute that come to mind that's addressed in the manual. But there are absolutely circumstances where she can affect the outcome and is a reason why her offices are incompatible.
Any other questions from any members? We're going to go ahead and move forward.
Just one question. Yes. Yeah.
I've been listening to it. I'd like to have an opportunity to comment on this.
Yeah, Mr. Schwartz, you're going to get your opportunity to comment. Please hold your thoughts if you can, and Mr. Williams, and we'll get to you, Mr. Schwartz.
Okay. One quick question, Mr. Brooch. If Ms. Palmer resigns her position with the PAC, is she okay?
Well, I think that goes to the question of independence and also, whether that's simply too late at this point. What we're looking at here is she independent and is she able to make a fair and impartial decision? And so I would submit to you that she's kind of already made her bet, that her actions demonstrate the inability to be objectively seen as independent and impartial. And, under those circumstances, I don't think resignation would help cure the problem that we see.
Thank you.
I think resignation from the Board of Canvassers would do that, but not resignation from the PAC.
One last question, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Young.
Quickly, Mr. Brooch, thank you for your comments. Is what I hear you to say basically is given all of the things that could happen as being a member of the Board of Canvassers would render then anyone who is associated with a PAC in holding a position as an officer of that company, that by definition they would be rendered in a position of having incompatibility of employment. Is that what I understand you to be saying?
No, I think that you have to use a test of whether on an objective basis, the totality of the circumstances indicates that that person cannot act fairly, impartially, and independently. I don't think that any activity in or with a political action committee is going to reach that standard. I think that the activity in this case meets that standard.
I think what you're talking about is the preamble when you talk about being independent and the like. Is that what I understand?
Well, I think it goes to all three sections that I've focused on. I think that the preamble says it flatly. I think that the conflict of interest provision, conflict of interest definition is designed to help ensure that there are fair, impartial, and independent public servants. And I think that's absolutely what the incompatible office provision is getting at, is that we want our public servants not to have these kind of conflicts, not to have these kinds of incompatible offices, because we want to ensure that the candidates and the voters are getting fair, impartial, and independent representation.
Mr. Pickens, you're muted.
Yes, okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Broich. Mr. Schwartz, you can go ahead. I know you've been waiting. Thank you for that, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Broich comes out with an interesting argument. A lot of the argument that he has is not based on actual fact. For example, he never asked my client about certain things as to, and let me just start. I just want to say this. He's got the burden in this case. He's got the burden of showing that there's a basis for disqualification of my client. And this is going to be based upon factual statements, not what one thinks may happen or what the reasonable person could think what happens or what he thinks what happens, because that's not factual, that's opinion. That's a whole different story. We're looking at facts, not opinion. Now, I do want to get to one thing that has been brought out by Dr. Carnell, and I think also Mr. Young. Here's the question of discretion, because we haven't really gotten into that. And although there's some issue about discretion, it hasn't really been brought out through any authority that I heard today. There are a couple of cases, one from the Court of Appeals and one from the Supreme Court, that deals with discretion in the case of certain types of actions. And I will give you here a case that dealt with the Wayne County Board of Canvassers. Name of the case is Gracie, Gracey versus Grosse Pointe Farms Clerk. 182 Mishap 193. And I would commend you at page 203. It's a 1989 case wherein the court held that Wayne County Board of Canvassers is primarily has ministerial duties. There's another case involving a case from 1942 from our Michigan Supreme Court, McLeod, McLeod versus Kelly, 304 Michigan, 120, page 127. And that one, and I quote to you, in the absence of a recount, the legal duty imposed upon the Board of Canvassers is purely ministerial. And then we look at another case, more recent, 2016 case from the Michigan Supreme Court. I'm sorry, it's 2013 case. And that one is Hillsdale County Senior Services, Inc. versus Hillsdale County. And that's at 494 Michigan 46. And I commend you to page 58, in which the Supreme Court stated as follows: a ministerial act is one in which, quote, the law prescribes and defines duty to be performed with such precision and certainty as to leave nothing to the exercise of discretion or judgment. In this case, what are we talking about? We're talking about whether or not there was in the, well, I don't want to get back to it, that election case, but just for the purpose of this, there was a question as to whether or not the thing should be certified, the vote. There was an issue about whether or not things were in balance. And if it wasn't in balance, then the recordation of votes wasn't completed. That's what my client talked about. That's what she mentioned back on January 20th. That's what we're looking at for the purpose of discretion versus ministerial acts. Now, in that case, I think she testified that she had talked to others in coming to a conclusion as to whether or not she should or should not vote yes or no. So it's not like she just made up her own mind. She went to the people, including, as I recall, a person in Ingham County who had very large experience in being a canvasser. And that's what she did. And it's not, now we get even back to this case here involving the recall or this vote that went on. Take a look at the vote, because you're going to see something interesting. If you look at this, I don't know if Mr. Brooch still has that document that he showed just before with the pictures, the 3 pictures and the of those candidates. The candidates, if you look at it and you go back and look at this, the candidates were not, it's not just that they weren't, that they didn't have a statement, please vote for these people. It wasn't simply that. If you look at it, what they said is, tell these people that you need to get excellence. This was an educational thing that they had. Tell them to do it. Didn't say vote for them. In fact, if you read it, if you want to use the type of thinking that some people would do, they would then try to interpret that as opposed to just take it as it is straight out. And when they interpret it, they might say, well, you're doing something to help them. However, you could just as easily say, hey, tell them that we need excellence, because underlying it, you haven't brought about excellence, or you haven't done anything to show that you would bring about excellence. It could work the other way as well. But you can't just go out and decide one way or the other, because the way it was worded, it didn't say whether you should or shouldn't vote. It did say that you should tell them to do something. And when you look at these things, it's not just simply saying, well, yeah, it looks to me like. That's not the way it's done. Factually, you have to show what is there specifically in here that states that there is a situation where there have been an advocacy of votes. I think Mr. Hendricks, if I'm not mistaken, may have said that he read something, and I think that was from the Michigan Secretary of State involving a situation similar where there was a question as to whether or not there was an advocacy as opposed to something which was not. And there's the GAFA case. And in that case, the Secretary of State dismissed the complaint because they said you didn't actually say what it is that you wanted them to do in terms of advocacy on behalf of a person running for office. And because you didn't do that, this case has to be dismissed, which is what they did. That's what we have here. You can look at things any way you want. Some people will look at it one way, some people will look at it another way. That's called opinions. But you have to look factually. What specifically is in there that you can say without any real question that this is what it meant? And what I'm saying to you is when you look at it, it doesn't say that. What it does say is, as we indicated, you can look at the whole thing. As far as this lady who lost her seat by a small margin, there was another one who lost her seat by a small margin, Cindy Pangborn, one of those 3 people on there. And she also lost it by a small margin. And guess what? You're going to say that, oh, my client went out and did something that harmed either one of them, because both of them lost. Both of them had been on the school board. They both lost. Some of the other people who were in this other larger advertisement, Ahmed Ismail, he won. He had not been on the board at that time, and he ran and he got elected. He had nothing to do with any of this stuff. You know, it's one thing to go out and say, well, this is what I think it is, as opposed to saying, here's the actual facts. Now, let's look at a few of these things. When we talk about the recall petition, and I thought I heard Mr. Brooch say, well, she goes out and she circulates the petition. Can't really say that. She didn't go out to circulate any petition. He has no facts to show that she circulated any petition. In fact, nothing was done for a while because Mr. Brooch, on behalf of one of the people who were on the board, Mr. Lee, he represented him, and what he had over there was a situation where there was a stay made on any potential circulation for a certain period of time under the statute. So nobody circulated anything. And even then, what was my client's benefit? How did she benefit from this? Because that's one of the situations that you've got if you look in the ordinance. It tells you that. And as Mr. Young pointed out, there's a lot of these things that have to do with financial things. But what? How did she benefit? What was she doing? This was a 501c4. It operated pursuant to the provisions of 501c4. It's an Internal Revenue Service status that allows you to have PACs. This goes on all around. You have people who are, they could even have people who are running for office to have PACs. They go out and they tell people we want to do it. Our county clerk, I think, has some position in the election scheme where she goes out and I think appoints certain people and does certain things. Is she considered to be violating conflict of interest provisions because she happens to have some role in the election process? I don't think so. But if you listen to Mr. Brooch's argument, anybody would be under those circumstances. Let's say I'm running for office. Well, let's say I'm already in office and I've got friends, I've got relatives who I know. Does that mean that I've got a conflict of interest because there are friends and relatives who are amongst the electorate who may be voting? I don't think so. What stake did my client have in the election? She wasn't going to get anything. She doesn't get any pay. She mentioned that, I think, in the testimony on January 20th. She had no financial benefit. She didn't even go out and collect money. She didn't do any of that stuff. Mr. Brooch certainly didn't show that. And that was his burden. When you talk about drawing lines in gray areas, that's a decision that has to be made. But if it gets to that point where it's not clear and unambiguous, how do you go out and say, well, this is something that has to be, you just have to be removed from your position? If you look in the ordinance, where in the ordinance does it talk about gray lines and having to make decisions which don't comport with the actual statement contained in the ordinance. Now you take a look at incompatible employment. My client is on the Board of Canvassers. There are 4 people on the Board of Canvassers, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats. If I'm not mistaken, one of the Democrats, who used to be a person who had been on that for a while, has a PAC. And they use it for other things. Does that make, he's not there anymore because he went off to county commission. But does that mean that that person couldn't hold that position because he had a PAC that could be used for anything? Now, I talked about the exercise of discretion. I'm leaving it not to opinions that may be had by advocates. I'm doing that based upon our courts, our appellate courts, our Court of Appeals, our Michigan Supreme Court. And I read to you and cited to you the basis upon which they say this is discretion. Now, when you have a recusal, and I think this was brought up, I think, maybe I'm wrong, by Mr. Williams. He wanted to know, what about if my client simply decided to leave her position with this PAC? Would that be sufficient? Mr. Brute says no, but he doesn't really give a good answer to that. I don't know that it's even necessary. But assuming arguendo that you just wanted to say, okay, we're going to do that, so nobody has to think about this at all in the future. He says, no, you can't do that. And then he gives his own personal opinion. Well, that's not a basis upon which to do anything. I give my personal opinion. That's not a basis to do anything. You can hear it, you can listen to it. But when we look at the ordinance tells you what you should or shouldn't do. And if it doesn't say, you just can't go in and say, well, the ordinance doesn't say it, therefore we don't have to do that. If it doesn't say something, it doesn't mean that you cannot simply resign from another position in order to keep your position as a public official. I represented somebody many, many years ago. I'm not going to say who she is because I don't want to get into it. And it was up in front of Judge Giovanni, and he had to decide what to do. She had 2 positions, one of which required that the municipality for which she was representing came up in front of the Wayne County Board of Commissioners and also in front of the Detroit Water Board. That would have been a situation where she was in one capacity, which would have put her in with one of these public entities as opposed to the other. And he said, you can't do both, and you just have to get out of one or the other. That could actually occur, and if that occurred, there wouldn't be anything to talk about. I'm not even saying that it's necessary, but if that's the issue, then that's what you've got. You don't have a situation where somebody is going to be said, oh, you have to get rid of both of those positions. But Mr. Booch doesn't provide a basis for showing that. Now, I want to also talk a little bit, if I may, about certain other aspects of this case. Because you take a look and you say to yourself, okay, what exactly is it that Mr. Bruch has shown that would require that there be a finding that my client should not remain on the Board of Canvassers? And you've got responses to these things, and you've seen them. These are the exhibits. You've got affidavits. You had one exhibit that Mr. Bruch had for a person named Brush, who had been working for the Grosse Pointe News. And that was supposed to be used to show what, I don't know, because she didn't really say anything of any importance. But I brought in, through affidavit, sworn testimony from John Barlow, who was very familiar with this, and also with Stephen Sy, also very familiar with it. And they showed that, in fact, none of these candidates, Pangborn or Pappas or Nowicki, were involved with taxpayers for GP schools. None. And they would know because they were involved with Mr. Barlow and Mr. Sy. None of these things that he put out showed that there was some kind of impropriety by my client. Because really, when you look at these ordinances, you look at the ordinance and you look through everything. Yes, it deals a lot with things that involve financial matters, because that's what they're concerned with to a large degree. There have been historical situations in the past where there's been financial wrongdoing. And that may be one of the reasons why they put in this ethics ordinance back in 2014, because they wanted to make sure that that didn't occur again. But that's not what we're talking about. There's nothing over here to show that my client did anything improper at all, let alone with financial matters. And again, you take a look at all of these things, the situation that was brought out, that there was a conflict of interest. You look at the first part of the conflict of interest, 40A, A1. A public servant shall not participate in making any county decision with respect to any matter in which they or a relative or domestic partner has a substantial financial interest, which is distinguishable from that of the general public. The fact that, and I don't know how much money was spent. I know Ms. Apke today, she spent something less than, or close to $1,000, but she didn't go over that. I think primarily because then she doesn't have to make any reporting. But that's, you know, she was running in a school board election. The fact that taxpayers for GP schools got money, I think this was mentioned in January 20th. Most of that money came from people who are living in the Grosse Pointe School District itself. The fact that they got donations, because a lot of people in those public school systems were just not happy with the public school system the way it was, and they wanted it to be better. Again, if the object was to say, hey, vote for these people because they're going to do what you want, they did a pretty bad job, but not even mentioning it anywhere at all in the entire advertisements that they had. And you look at all of these other standards of conduct that are listed under 40-4, conflict of interest. And every one under 40-4A, you look at 1, 2, and 3 in the subparagraphs therein. Which one of these is shown to be violated by what Mr. Bruch has set forth? She didn't negotiate for employment with any county business. She didn't have financial interest in a business or a principal beneficiary. She didn't have any of these things. And then under 4, there's a conflict of interest if a public servant uses confidential information for their personal gain. That didn't happen. Under 40-4A5, the chapter shall not in any manner vary or change the requirements of contracts of public service. That didn't happen. Gifts and gratuities. She didn't get any gifts and gratuities. There's nothing that even comes close to that. Not only Mr. Bruch didn't put up any evidence to show that. Nothing. And then you have the exceptions under 40-4B. And there are things that are not applicable. For example, any contribution that is lawfully made under the campaign finance laws. Well, I got news for you. Taxpayers was operating under the Michigan campaign finance laws. And this is something that Mr. Bruch never claimed that she was not operating that way. You take a look at the rest of that, B, and you'll see none of those things apply. And then we get down to incompatible employment. So when it comes to conflict of interest, I submit you will not find one of those items that sets forth anything consisting of conflict of interest on behalf of my client. None of them. You go to incompatible employment, it says, a public service shall not engage in or accept employment or render services for a private or public interest when that employment or service is incompatible with the discharge of the public servant's official duties. Well, what was she doing? Here's what you knew she did, because this is all that Mr. Bruch said. He said she was somebody who was in control or was a person who was in charge, I think is what he said, of taxpayers' GPS schools. All right, let's assume that that's true. Does that mean that she did everything that was going on there? Does that mean that she was involved in all aspects of that entity? Does that mean that in some fashion she was involved in setting up advertisements? Do you remember Mr. Bruch asking her those questions? Do you remember any factual evidence that was brought forth by Mr. Bruch to show that she involved herself in that? Well, I didn't hear it. Maybe you heard it. I didn't hear it. The reason I didn't hear it is because he didn't say it. You can't just go out, make a generalized statement that doesn't really set forth what it is you're looking for, and then somehow build upon that through one's own opinion and one's own personal belief. You can honestly believe something. That doesn't mean that it's true. And you can honestly believe it. I'm not saying that Mr. Bruch is not being honest. I'm just simply saying that he hasn't set forth what needs to be set forth in factual basis for what he's ultimately seeking, which is my client's removal from the Board of Canvassers. That hasn't been done. And I think that's really what this case is about. My client hasn't done anything other than she has put herself on a list where she says, okay, we're having this recall petition, and she puts her name on it as one of the people who is a proponent of that petition. Now, that in and of itself does not constitute conflict of interest, and it doesn't constitute something which is violative of the ordinance, where you get down to that part where you talk about engaging in public or private interest when employment service is incompatible with the discharge of her official duties. In fact, what Mr. Bruch has not shown is that anything ever came up. The only thing he talks about where something came up was in this election where my client said, wait a minute, it hasn't been a complete tabulation of everything because there's an imbalance. They say there are so many votes that were cast, but that's not what the actual tabulation, when you look at the computer printout, says. There's a mistake. That was the whole thing. That doesn't involve anything of any substance. And again, she ended up saying, okay. Initially, she didn't do it. Then she said, okay, I'll do that. But she wanted to have an audit, which never occurred. And then you take a look at everything else. These are things, you have a lady, Ms. Apke. She comes into this, I guess she was not too pleased about the fact that she didn't get reelected. I can understand that she might not have a nice feeling about my client because she thinks that somehow, she doesn't even know. And when we talked about what she saw on a recall petition, that's what she originally testified to on cross-examination. She had to concede. She didn't really see it on a recall petition. The real question with her is how reliable is her testimony? She comes in saying something, and then on cross-examination, she has to then say, oh, gee, I guess I didn't really see something because she heard it or whatever it is. I think she said she later understood that that's what it was, but she never actually saw it. That's the nature of the testimony that we have. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, she's the only actual live witness that Mr. Booch brought in. And when you look at what she said, overall, did it show that somehow or other my client did something that was incompatible with her position on the Board of Canvassers? And the answer is no. We don't have anything. There's a little bit of something there that is tried to be used as a basis then to come to conclusions. And what we've got is Mr. Booch's conclusions. That doesn't substitute for actual factual basis. So I think essentially when you get through it all and you look at what it is, and you look at the actual facts, see if you can find it in there where it says what she did that constitutes under the ordinance as written a violation. Because I don't believe that you'll find it. I looked for it. I didn't find it. And I can't come across with some ultimate belief or supposition that that's probably what happened. Well, that's not good enough. You have to do what you can show through actual facts, and that's not been presented. And therefore, what I'm going to suggest is that you dismiss this complaint on the bounds that there was insufficient evidence to show that there was actually a violation of the ordinance. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Okay.
Mr. Chairperson?
Oh, Mr. Pinkins, you're on mute.
Okay, yes, Mr. Thomas, but one quick second before we get to you, Mr. Thomas.
Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We're going to try to keep it as short as possible. We are getting time here. So we're going to go ahead and answer questions of Mr. Schwartz, possibly Ms. Palmer if need be. Then we're going to move forward to bring this matter to some resolution. Mr. Thomas, go for it, sir.
Mr. Schwartz, I have one question. I want to make something clear that you said. Would it be your position that if one or more members of the board suggested that your client, Ms. Palmer, resigning from the political action committee may cure the situation, did you suggest that your client would be willing to consider that?
I have not talked to her about it, so I can't answer that question one way or the other. Because I think that she may very well say yes, that I'd be willing to resign from that pack. But I can't say that because
Okay. All right, thank you.
Oh, Mr. Pinkins, you're on mute.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, was your questions answered there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any further questions of Mr. Schwartz or Ms. Palmer? Any board members? All right, so at this time, Chair is willing to entertain any motions for this board. Are there any motions for this board, or Mr. Williams, if you would like to make a recommendation, sir? Yes, Mr. Hendricks, is that? Or, not sure.
No, I didn't have anything, Mr. Chairman. I was waiting to see if someone had a motion to make. I guess my question to you, I guess to Mr. Williams through you, is what is it that we as a board of ethics, I mean, we're voting on whether or not there's a conflict of interest. We all get that. But what does the vote actually mean? What weight does it carry? What authority? What does the record say after we vote, whether we vote yes or no? What exactly, there's no authority, there's no, I mean, Ms. Palmer doesn't have to resign from the board of canvassers based upon any decision that we make here. So what exactly is it that is the consequence or lack thereof based upon how we vote as a majority?
Well, Mr. Hendricks, just to answer your question, I agree with you. I'm not certain that this board has the authority to actually remove the public servant. I think it could recommend that the public servant be removed under the penalty provision, which is contained at 40-09 of the ordinance. I think what the board is being asked to initially resolve is whether there is in fact either a conflict of interest, which my recommendation would be, I do not believe there's a conflict of interest. The more difficult question is whether there's incompatible employment between this service with the PAC and this position as a member of the Board of Canvassers. Right now, still, I know Mr. Brooch has raised the issue of this concept that there's a inherent incompatibility between her signing a recall petition and the fact that one day, somewhere down the road, she may be faced with having to vote on whether that person who is up for recall should be recalled or not, or has any defense to the recall, creates a potential for incompatibility. And he says in this case that existed, and that there was even a petition for recall and some lawsuit that she was made a party to. I don't know that the lawsuit was part of the materials that were presented to this board, so I haven't seen the lawsuit. I would agree with him that in her position, I would think that she would never sign a recall petition against anybody, because if it's in Wayne County, potentially she would always face the issue of having to weigh in on that potential for a recall. But right now, I'm not sure that has been proven. And the question is, has he borne his burden of proof on that question of incompatibility? But today, the real question is whether under this factual record, whether there's a incompatibility of offices between this PAC and
I get that, Counselor. My question is, what if it's determined that there is incompatibility? What if it's determined that there is a conflict of interest? What does that then mean to Ms. Palmer? And what exactly does that consequence represent? Is it just a reprimand? Is it just something that a letter goes out, says the Wayne County Board of Ethics has deemed that Ms. Palmer had a conflict of interest? What exactly does this code actually mean?
What it means, Mr. Hendricks, is potentially if it's found that the office was incompatible, that it would be a municipal civil infraction punishable by a fine and not more than $500 or cost as one remedy, although the determination of and prosecution of the municipal civil infraction would not necessarily flow through the board. In addition, a public servant who violates may be subject to disciplinary action, including censure, reprimand, removal, dismissal, or discharge by the employer of the public servant. So that's why I say we make the finding. The Board of Canvassers potentially would have to be the entity or whoever controls the Board of Canvassers to actually undertake the next step of discipline.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Mr. Bruch. I apologize. Just if I could make it clear, my request to this board is that you make a recommendation that the offices are incompatible and that Ms. Palmer should be removed from that office. My understanding is that, as Mr. Williams said, that would then go to the appointing authority, which I believe in this case is the Wayne County Commission or other appointing officials. I leave that obviously to you, but my request is that you simply make that recommendation, agreeing with Mr. Williams that ultimately the final decision rests with the appointing authority.
And just so we're clear, Mr. Chair, I don't know that it is this board's province to select which office she removes herself from, or which office the controlling authority would remove her from or ask herself to be removed from. If she resigns from the PAC, potentially that decision could as easily resolve the incompatible office issue just as well as removing her from the Board of Canvassers. It seems like either removal would seem to address the question of holding incompatible offices.
Okay, so thank you for that, Mr. Williams. Mr. Hendricks, did Mr. Williams adequately answer your question, sir?
Yeah, it was long and it was pretty drawn out, but I think I got the nut of it. In light of this, and there still seems to be a little ambivalence or some uncertainty here. I want to try to see if we can get us off the dime as a board. There's been a lot of testimony, and I want to commend both councils for the seriousness with which this matter has been taken and how much time and effort and the number of hours that's been put into it. We're at a point now where a decision needs to be made by this Wayne County Board of Ethics. I don't have real clarity on, depending upon what that decision means, where it then goes from there. But for purposes of getting us to move and then have some debate, Mr. Chairman, and an ultimate vote, I would make a motion that we recommend that Ms. Palmer engaged in incompatible employment, and that there was indeed a conflict of interest between her role as a member of the Wayne County Board of Canvassers or the Board of Canvassers and the Political Action Committee that she was a central figure in. And that is basically is my motion.
Okay, so we have a motion before the board at this time on the floor. Is there a second? All right, the chair is going to ask one more time. We have a motion on the board. excuse me, on the floor. Has that motion been seconded? Okay, that motion has not been seconded, Mr. Hendricks. So your motion is going to fail. Is there any other motions at this time? We have a recommendation from Mr. Williams. Mr. Williamson, can you state what your recommendation is again at this time, sir, with respect to this matter?
My recommendation is initially that the board find that there is not a conflict of interest, that there was no conflict of interest that was proven over the course of this record, and that the board then, I concur in Mr. Hendricks' conclusion that there is a proof of the existence of holding incompatible offices, and that the board find that Ms. Palmer's holding the position of a officer and a member of a political action committee that was ultimately engaged in conduct related to recalls is incompatible with her position as a member of the Board of Canvassers, where she may well at some point have to address the issue of recall petitions.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, one quick second.
Are you talking?
He's
Mr.
muted
Williams,
on my screen.
I apologize for that. I think, Mr. Williams, what you're saying here, it sounds like you have two recommendations. It sounds like one recommendation is that you're finding of no conflict of interest with respect to the dual offices. But the second recommendation, it sounds like there's a position of incompatibility with the dual offices. Is that correct, if the chair is hearing?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now that's on the floor right now. We're going to put that there. Mr. Hendricks, you had a question, sir.
No, I'll stand down for now.
Okay. Now, is there a motion to accept either of Mr. We're going to take the first one, which is the motion, the recommendation to that there's no conflict of interest with respect to the holding of the position of the Wayne County Board of Canvassers, as also as the participating in the nonprofit organization as it relates to Ms. Palmer. Is there a motion to adopt that recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question of
Yes.
Ms. Palmer's counsel through you?
Yes, Mr. Thompson.
I asked a question a short time ago concerning the possibility that Ms. Palmer may be willing to resign from her position on the Political Action Committee. That was a question that Mr. Schwartz said he could not answer, and I respect that. I understand that. He'd have to advise with his client. Is there any possibility that we would be able to take a few minutes for Mr. Schwartz to speak to his client about that potential?
I'd be willing to make, to have a discussion with my client. So if we had some time, like 5 minutes, I think we could make that decision.
Well, let me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Hendricks.
Yeah, I'm perplexed right now. Because the question is whether there's a conflict of interest or not, based upon the information presented. And then what counsel is saying is whether or not there's these offices that Ms. Palmer has been involved in represent incompatible employment. So the question to me that seems to be before this board is, one, was there a conflict of interest? Motion can be put on the table and it can fail. And then the second question, based upon what Attorney Williams said, is whether these offices represent incompatible employment. Board of Canvassers and her central role on this Political Action Committee. Now, I've been in these situations, and I'm sure many of us have. I don't think you can jaywalk, to use an analogy, and then after you're caught jaywalking, say, well, okay, I want to go back across the street. So can you take that back? I mean, the issue before us is what has already happened. And whether Ms. Palmer resigns from this Political Action Committee now or in the future, to me, is not relevant to the facts that's before us and what we have to make a decision on. Are these officers incompatible, or do they represent incompatible employment at the time that her actions occurred? So I don't get this. Well, if she agrees to resign her position on the PAC, does everything go away? That doesn't change the facts that have occurred over the summer, during the campaign, through the canvassing process, and what her role was as a canvasser, and also the central role she played in this PAC.
Okay, Mr. Hendricks, I'm just not cut you off, sir, but I just wanted
I'm done. You're not cutting me off. I made that's my statement.
Okay, so again, we're not addressing getting to issues of the campaign. We're only getting of the past election. We're only getting to the
I'm fully aware of that, Mr. Chairman. We're talking about officers that are incompatible employment.
Well, let me just get to that. Let me just excuse me, sir. The chair has the floor at this time. What we're going to do is, there's been 2 recommendations put out. I think the first recommendation addresses your first point when you said whether or not there's a conflict of interest. Now that would be the first point, but when you use your analogy of you can't jaywalk and then turn around and decide not to jaywalk again, we haven't decided whether or not the person actually jaywalked yet. So that will be the first in deciding whether or not there's a conflict of interest. So once we get to the resolution of whether or not there's been a conflict of interest, then we can move to the next step. So that's the motion that you put out.
You're misstating the example or the analogy that I'm using.
Oh,
Mr. Thomas said to Mr. Attorney Schwartz, would Ms. Palmer be willing to resign her position on the PAC? Implying that if she did, then everything goes away and we don't have a problem now. There is no incompatibility of employment. But that negates the fact of all of the actions that occurred that brought us here today. So that's what I meant by the jaywalking analogy. You can't commit a crime and then say, well, okay, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have committed that crime. I mean, the actions have occurred is all I'm saying.
Well,
So,
no, what I would say though, what the chair is saying is that we haven't determined if a crime was committed. First, we have to decide if there's been a conflict of interest. If we decide that, then we have decided that a crime has been committed. We haven't gotten there.
I'm just using the analogy, Mr. Chairman. But the only way
I understand. But what we have to, Mr. Hendricks, we're not going to talk over each other.
No, I'm just
One
saying,
of us
but
has the floor.
the only way we can decide is that if we have a vote, there's a motion put on the floor, it gets second, we vote it up or down, and then Ms. Palmer is either off the hook or she's not. That's it.
So that's what we have on the floor at this time. We have a recommendation of no conflict of interest. Now, if someone wants to make an additional motion, that motion obviously wasn't seconded. If someone wants to make another motion, the chair is willing to entertain that. Mr. Thomas, I think you've been waiting. Sorry.
No, sir, I just wanted to know if there was any possibility that I would be able to get an answer from Mr. Schwartz, but I'm going to defer to you. If you, along with Mr. Hendricks, feels that would be a waste of time, I don't want to waste anybody's time. I just felt that that piece of information might be helpful to me and might be helpful to other board members if we took a few minutes. But if the board doesn't support that, I'm willing to move on.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Hendricks.
See, the motion that I initially made, and I made it in the context of let's see if we can get the process to a conclusion. It included conflict of interest as well as officers that are represent incompatible employment, and that failed due to a lack of a second. I don't know if it failed because of the conflict of interest language that I included, or if it was the officers being representing incompatible employment, or both. So, either there's no motion put forward or a motion is put forward to represent officers as incompatible employment. And I mean, let's see what is the pleasure of the board. And then let's make some decisions here.
Why don't we do this? Mr. Thomas asked the question of Mr. Schwartz. Mr. Schwartz, have you had the opportunity to speak to your client in this matter with respect to the question that was put out by Mr. Thomas?
Mr. Chairman, I have not, because I've been here, I had to just walk out for a second because I had to take care of a biological problem, but I do need a couple of minutes to discuss it with her. I haven't really had an opportunity. I'd like to have that opportunity. I think it's something that's worth considering, but I can't do it until I take a little, few minutes, talk to her about it, and then we can come back, and then you can do whatever you think is appropriate as a board.
Thank you for that, sir. Okay. If any member has a feel that it'd be necessary for them to come to a conclusion one way or whether or not there's been a conflict of interest or incompatibility of employment, to get an answer with respect to the incompatibility of employment. If we need to take 5 minutes, the chair has no problems recessing for that time so he can talk to his client. Mr. Schwartz can talk to Ms. Palmer. If members feel that they can make a decision based on conflict of interest, I think that was the first put before this board, whether or not there's been a violation of conflict of interest as it relates to the ordinance. Right now, before going to a recess, state your reasons, and then we can move forward, or we can move to recess. The chair is open either way.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Young.
Motion that based upon the ordinance, the specific understanding and reading of the ordinance, that the matter as it relates to a conflict of interest be dismissed.
That's your motion, Mr. Young.
My motion.
I'll second that motion, sir.
All right, we have a second. Now, Mr. Young, you open it for debate. Since you made the motion, sir, you carry the debate. You start off.
Repeat the motion, please.
Mr. Young, repeat your motion, sir.
I just was making a motion that based upon the plain reading of the ordinance as stated, that I make the motion to dismiss the claim as it relates to a violation of the ordinance regarding a conflict of interest.
Okay.
And that motion was seconded. Mr. Young, pursuant to Robert Rules of Order, you would be the person to lead off because it is your motion, sir.
I think it's self-evident. I mean, it's like I said early on, if you read the conflict of interest section, it deals 98% with financial matters. So I'm just going to interpret it that way. We've had complaints about our ordinance. We've had these discussions over a long period of time. I've sat on this board now for 5 or 6 years. We've talked about the preamble. If you remember, we debated that over 2 meetings in depth, ad nauseum, over and over again. And we came to the conclusion that an interpretation of a violation of the preamble is subject to anybody's interpretation anytime, and it doesn't project any specificity moving forward. We looked at it as something that can be language of guidance, but it's not something that we hold people accountable for in terms of a specific violation. We turned over to section 40. It's got a conflict of interest section. It's got gifts and gratuities, incompatibility of offices and the like. And that is what we decided that we would focus our claims on, or at least those that are brought to the ethics board for review. I'm not making this up. That was what we decided. Based upon Mr. Williams's recommendation, I happen to agree with him. Based on the ordinance, there just isn't enough proof here to support that claim.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Young. Any other input? I think Ms. Hammoud, did you have?
Yes, because the complaint form that I have, it's only referenced section 40-4C, which is the incompatible employment. Is the question for the conflict of interest is in front of us? I just want to make sure I didn't miss something.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Young.
Just kind of bring this back around. Maybe it wasn't specifically stated. Maybe it had been amended because I believe there were some amendments. I don't have them in front of me, but clearly we've debated this and argued about this and discussed this ad nauseum also. So whether it's in written form, it's certainly here in spirit. Let's just deal with this.
Okay, fair.
Okay,
deal with what?
I agree with Mr. Young.
Yeah, okay. Any further input? I think Mr. Hendricks, you had some comment.
I'm just, when you say deal with it, are you talking about the incompatible employment provision or just the conflict of interest?
No, right now, just the motion on the floor is the conflict of interest.
Okay, because Mr. Booth asked a question, and I was just trying to get some clarity on that. Okay.
Okay, any further input? Any further discussion on this matter, on this motion? Okay, with that said, if no further discussion, we'll move the matter to a vote. All in favor of adopting?
Roll call. Roll call.
Oh, excuse me. Mr. Hendricks, it sounds is asking for a roll call vote. Ms. Kangura. Hello?
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Yes, can you, are you prepared to do a roll call vote?
Yes.
Okay. Any other members at this time have any objections to a roll call vote? Motion, the roll call vote has been suggested by Mr. Thomas. Any objections?
Objection.
No.
Yes, Ms. Hammoud. State
Yes,
your objection.
clarify, can someone repeat the motion?
Okay, Mr. Young, can you repeat your motion?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, can you repeat your motion that's on the floor?
Motion to dismiss the conflict of interest allegation claim for the reasons stated earlier. Only.
Okay, everyone understand the motion that's before the floor?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, that motion has been seconded. Put this to a vote. I think Ms. Kangura is ready for a roll call vote. Ms. Kangura, I'm sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly.
No, you're pronouncing it correctly. Mr. Young,
Yes.
Mr. Thomas,
Yes.
Mr. Hendricks,
No.
Ms. Hammoud,
Yes.
Dr. Carnell,
Yes.
and Chair Pinkins.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you for that, Ms. Kangura. All right, the motion passed. The motion passed. The matter of whether or not there's been a conflict of interest as it relates to violation of the ethics ordinance has passed. There's been no conflict of interest. The Wayne County Board of Ethics finds that there's been no conflict of interest with respect to Ms. Monica Palmer's holding her position on the Wayne County Board of Canvassers as it relates to, and also her position on the nonprofit organization. Moving on to the next order, which will be the incompatibility recommendation. Now, at this time, Mr. Schwartz did indicate that he needs some short period of time to consult with his client, as if she would be willing to resign from one of the other of the positions she currently holds. That may be helpful in this board making a decision on a possible motion regarding the incompatibility. So at this time, we can take a brief recess. Chair would ask for a quick 10-minute recess. I know where the time is going. The chair will thank everyone for your time. I do know we have gone over our normal standard, and I thank everyone for staying with this and being here, even the participants and the citizens at large for staying on this call. So we're going to take a brief 10-minute recess.
Mr. Chairman, before you do, just a quick point of order or question. Yes. It might also be helpful to the board if Ms. Palmer was also asked if she will withdraw the recall petitions that she presently has pending.
Well,
that's not part of, excuse me.
Excuse me. Thomas, you have the floor. Go ahead, sir.
With all due respect to the chair, that is not part of my request. I don't know if the chair is going to allow Mr. Bruch to make that request, but that was not part of my request.
And the chair is going to state as well, I'm going to second Mr. Thomas, that is not a question that's before this board, sir. So that is not something that this board is going to consider at this time. We will take a brief 10-minute recess and allow Mr. Schwartz to consult with his client, and we'll come back. The time now is, we have 10 minutes to 1. I ask everyone to come back right at 1 o'clock. We can.
Very good.
Move this forward. Thank you, everyone. Again, thank you very much. We're back on the record. This is calling this matter back into session of the Wayne County Ethics Board. Today's day is March 1st, 2021. It's now a little after 1 o'clock. Mr. Schwartz, had you been able to talk to your client regarding this matter that was posed? And I just want to let you know too, and just for the record, I do want to state that this was, we're taking a recess because of so Mr. Schwartz could talk to his client, Ms. Monica Palmer, regarding a question posed from board member Thomas regarding her willingness, if it comes down to her relinquishing one or other of her positions on one of the various boards that she holds. because of possible incompatibility of the offices, possibly in the future. So with that said, Mr. Schwartz was going to talk to Ms. Palmer, and he's going to come back and tell this board the information of that discussion. So Mr. Schwartz, we're gonna turn this over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I should say that I had a fruitful discussion with my client. She happens to be, I guess, an employee of the Board of Canvassers, but as to taxpayers, she's just a volunteer. She doesn't get paid. There's nothing else. And given everything that's going on here, it seems really in the best interest of all concerned that she part the ways from the taxpayers' PAC and continue to remain with the Board of Canvassers so that they will then whether or not there is or is not a incompatibility, she's going to remove herself from taxpayers. Therefore, there wouldn't have to be anything to deal with as far as incompatibility is concerned, because she'll only be doing her job with the Board of Canvassers and not with the taxpayers.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Schwartz. Mr. Thomas, did that answer your question, sir?
That does, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, and just understanding this information from Mr. Schwartz and from Ms. Palmer was just to clarify a question that was posed by Mr. Thomas. It in no way affects any member's decision with respect to any motions put before the board. It helps a member in making a decision, so be it, but in no way affects a member's decision in any way, form, or shape. Member is free to vote any way he or she chooses. So at this time, is there a motion regarding the incompatibility of Ms. Palmer maintaining both her positions on the Wayne County Board of Canvassers and the taxpayers for Grosse Pointe Schools? We can entertain any motions. The chair will entertain any motions at this time.
I would like to make a motion, Chairperson.
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
I would make the following motion, and I wrote this out, and I apologize if I have trouble reading my own writing, but I'm going to start here. If Ms. Palmer, I make a motion that if Ms. Palmer resigns her position from the Political Action Committee, and we receive written proof of that fact within 24 hours of this hearing today, and agrees not to take part in such committees in the future while serving on the Board of Canvassers, I would further move that the allegation regarding incompatibility be dismissed.
Okay.
So, Chairman, I'll support that for discussion purposes. If I can ask Mr. Thomas a question. So what if we don't receive a written resignation within 24 hours?
Well, then we would proceed, and I will tell you right now, I would at that point in time make a motion to find her responsible for engaging in incompatible conduct. So that would be it, and we could tie that motion onto my existing motion. We would have to depend on Mr. Schwartz and his client getting us documentation within 24 hours. I don't even know that a further meeting would be required, Mr. Young. I think it could be handled all in one motion.
So, Mr. Thomas, from the chair, your motion is to dismiss the allegation of incompatibility of employment pending resignation from the Grosse Pointe taxpayers within 24 hours.
Within 24 hours, but in addition to that, sir, I want to state again, she has to also agree not to take part in such committees in the future while serving on the Board of Canvassers.
The question the chair is going to pose is that we're voting on the motion right now. And if we vote on the motion to dismiss and the other conditions don't take place, then what happens to the motion, Mr. Williams? Sorry to put you on the spot, sir.
Well, we haven't had a conditional motion, I guess, since I've been sitting in this chair. I'm not sure what would happen if she doesn't live up to the condition. I think that would have to be a new complaint. I mean, that's the way I see it, that somebody would have to refile a complaint. I'm not sure that the board could do a self-effectuating contingent condition that if she doesn't submit and doesn't resign, if she doesn't submit the information and or doesn't resign, that there's a self-effectuating motion in the future that imposes a finding. I'm just not sure that's effective. I think that was Mr. Hendrick's concern.
Okay, so at this time, Mr. Thomas, your motion is on the floor. It's been seconded. Now, would you want to withdraw your motion and restate another motion, or do you want to stay with the motion that you have? And we'll continue to debate it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, can we have discussion?
Yes, we will. We will, sir. And we will. And you're right, Mr. Hendricks. The motion is on the floor. It has been seconded. So at this point, we're at discussion. So the chair was just sort of pointing out some things.
Well, you're asking him to amend his motion, but I think we should continue with the discussion until we exhaust all possibilities.
I understand, Mr. Hendricks. So, Mr. Thomas, because you made the motion, this is your motion, sir. So I'm going to ask you to lead off discussion.
Well, my position would be this. If we have somebody in front of us that we believe did not engage in a conflict of interest, if we believe that nothing regarding the political action committee that she was involved in came in front of her on November 3rd or shortly thereafter as a result of that election, what we're dealing with here is a situation where we've had to do some interpreting of the law. We've already indicated that she hasn't engaged in a conflict of interest. I feel that if she were willing to walk away from these types of PACs while she's serving on the board of canvassers, I think that that would be a cure for the situation. I realize that it doesn't address what Mr. Hendrick said earlier about the wrong having been committed, the jaywalking having been engaged in. I understand that, but I think that as a board, I think that we have obligations to try to fashion remedies when certain cases come before us. And that's what I'm really trying to do. So I think that if we got an agreement, what if we had to put the matter over to our regularly scheduled March meeting? I understand they're normally scheduled on the third Wednesday. What if we put it over to then as old business to allow them to submit documentation? Number one, that she's resigned from the PAC. Number two, she's not going to take part in any more PACs while she's on the board of canvassers. I think that that would be a fair way of resolving the matter, and that's what I'm trying to. Reach here today. That's what I'm trying to arrive at.
Thank you, sir. Any other input, Mr. Hendricks?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I've listened and read so much of what we're now trying to deal with, and on the previous question, even though the vote has been taken, I read literally that a conflict of interest means either a personal interest or a duty or loyalty to a third party that competes with or is adverse to a public servant's duty to the public interest in the exercise of the official duties or official actions. That's the reason that I voted against that motion. On the second point I wanted to make, a good deal of the conversation, and I guess this is how lawyers present. I mean, lawyers are legal minds. They're in the courts, they're in depositions, and they deal with the law. And they try to find that space in the law that supports their client or their position. And so when I listen to, and I have great deal of respect for Attorney Schwartz, I've known him for many years and he's done great things in our community. When he talked about the Michigan Campaign Finance Act and all of the nuances associated with that, those are legal issues, and he is exactly right to the letter. That as long as those pieces didn't say vote for candidate X, then you are on solid ground for the most part with regard to how the Michigan Campaign Finance Act is written and how it would be adjudicated or judged if you had to go before someone. That's the legal side of this. But we're not the board of legality, we're the board of ethics. And you can be legally innocent of something, but ethically you can be in violation. And we are the board of ethics. And legal standards are written by government officials, as the definition is very plainly stated, whereas ethical standards are written by or made plain by societal norms. And in that a set of standards that governs our behavior is what ethics is about. So when you violate an ethical standard, you can be legally on solid ground. And we're seeing in so many arenas now where ethics is a laughable subject now. People don't care. We have political leaders that ethics doesn't even come into their vocabulary. If they can stand on solid legal ground, they say the heck with ethics. And I don't think that that's what our role is here as the board of ethics. We're not trying to adjudicate the legality of something. We're trying to determine whether the optics, the appearance, whether someone ethically violated their duty or their responsibility. And I believe, again, on the issue of conflict of interest, I think there was an ethical violation that's been voted on, and I was on the wrong side of that. And on this issue of offices that are incompatible employment, whether there was an ethical violation. And I think it's clear that it was unethical what Ms. Palmer engaged in, and our responsibility as a board in adjudicating that is to say, are we a serious board of ethics when something comes before us and we're going to see it for what it is, or we're going to try to, I don't know, sidestep it and say, well, maybe I don't want to issue the remedy that the ordinance provides for us to have. And so, I'm not being hard, I'm not being overly strict. I'm just looking at the letter of what our or at least what I see our responsibilities to be. And as a board of ethics, and in my 35 years of public service, there are many, many things as an executive in city government and county government and state government, the things that I wanted to do, say, or engage in, but my responsibility and my job precluded me because there was a conflict of interest or those that employment was incompatible. And so I steered clear of it. And there's no way that I can see that you can be a board of canvass, one of the most critical jobs in our democracy, and then on the other end, that you're actively engaging in campaigns to help people get elected in the county that you're the board of canvasser for. That's beyond me. So, I state my case, and I especially respect Mr. Thomas trying to find some middle ground, but I don't know that middle ground is our responsibility once I believe a violation has occurred. Our determination, our responsibility is to determine if in fact it did, and then how we're supposed to respond to it. And I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. I'm going to move on, but just as a chair, I'm just going to add a caveat in there too. Well, not a caveat, but I'm just going to add a little bit of input. I'm somewhat in agreement with Mr. Williams' earlier point, as well as what Mr. Hendricks is saying, or it seems as though he's saying. What I would say, what the chair would say from this matter is that if we've always found that there's been no conflict of interest, then how do we go forward and find that there's an incompatibility of employment? And it seems like from the discussion that the chair has heard, it seems like there's no current incompatibility of employment, but it sounds like we're sort of trying to peer into the future to see, well, there could be some incompatibility of employment somewhere in the future, down the road, even if it's remote. Sounds like what Mr. Broich had said too, going further. If not now, going further, that something doesn't come up. And that's kind of hard to make a decision today based on what may or may not occur in the future. So either we find that there is an incompatibility of employment, which it would seem as though will be connected to the conflict of interest, or there isn't. I'm not sure if we could, at this board, we should be saying, let's vote on something that may happen or may have not happened in the future. What if her remaining on this current board, there's no, in no way does it come up over the next 4 or 5 years of any sort of thing that would remotely put her into, it sounds like what would possibly bring her within the ambit of some sort of incompatibility of employment would be around the recall election, where some possible way she could directly have some direct involvement in a recall, possibly overseeing a vote count, some kind of way influencing that. But other than that, it doesn't seem as though there would be any incompatibility of employment unless she did some kind of way went beyond what her duties are and actually engaged in things that were directly incompatible with her duties on the Wayne County Board of Canvassers, or was in direct conflict. So that's the question that the chair is grappling with, the sort of future aspect of a possible incompatibility of employment as opposed to current incompatibility of employment. Okay, so any other input there in the discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Dr. Carnell.
I'm not sure how someone removes themselves from a PAC that they are in charge of or that they constituted. So I'd like a little bit of explanation on how that would happen.
Well, that's a good question, Dr. Carnell. Mr. Schwartz, how would your client remove herself from the PAC that if she's the founder of this PAC? The chair was under the impression that she was the chairperson, but if she's the founder of this PAC, then how is she going to remove herself from the PAC that she founded? Or excuse me, the political action, yeah, the PAC, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Nonprofit organization.
It's very simple. What she would do is she would simply indicate to the PAC, she might, any which way to do it, that she's no longer going to be with the PAC. And then somebody else takes her place. And that somebody else can be anybody. And she wouldn't be running the PAC or doing anything with the PAC. That's it. It's not, it's kind of like if I were in some kind of a club and I was doing something, and then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, I decided to leave, then I tell the people in the club, look, I got to leave. Maybe I'm moving to another state or whatever it is. And they have somebody else take the place, and that's what happens. Over here, what we would have would be her indicating that she's going to leave and that she is leaving, forthwith. And that would be it. I don't think that anything more needs to be done. If there's going to be for example, the only thing that there would be, taxpayers has a annual, they're an LLC, so they would have an annual report. And when it comes to report, you get that point on, and those reports are due, I think, because it's an LLC, I think they're due in February. And what happens at that point is, in the middle of this, they issue something to show that there's somebody else who's taken over, and that gets filed with the LARA over at the Secretary of State. And that's an indication that that they've just changed it. And that's a simple thing to do, and that can be done. I don't think that, anything else needs to be done. And the only reason that's done is because it's necessary to inform LARA of the fact that somebody else has now taken that spot.
Okay.
If she was doing something other than what she was doing with the PAC, it wouldn't even require that. But that's what she is, and she wouldn't have to do anything more than have somebody else come in, and they just simply, it would just be a filing of a document with LARA.
That appears correct, if I'm understanding correctly, because under LARA, she owns the company, or because it's her LLC. And I'm not sure how you not own that company. For you not to own the company, you have to go to Laura and say, I no longer want this LLC. And is that what she's going to do? Otherwise, she still owns the.
It's an 1120S. There's a board.
Yeah, actually, there's a board that's involved there. She doesn't own the thing per se. It would be owned by its members.
Her name is on the document. She filed the document.
That doesn't mean that she's the owner. Anybody can file the document. You can have people file the document who aren't even part of the board. When you have an articles of incorporation, I have done this in many cases for clients where they want to have an LLC and they have somebody who's doing the initial filing with Lara to make that. That doesn't make me the owner. I'm not the owner of anything when it comes to any of those LLCs. I'm their attorney and I'd be a fiduciary, but I'm not part of it. So anybody can file that. And she could have somebody else do it. They're not interested. The ownership remains. The LLC is owned by the members, unless under the articles of organization, they do it some other way. And they have that. It's like the equivalent of bylaws if you were a corporation. And there's a certain way that the thing gets structured. You know, with corporations, they're shareholders. You don't have shareholders with LLCs. Those are members generally. And that's the way it's handled. So Lara looks at it and they say, oh, okay, and they just file it. There's nothing for them to do either except simply file it electronically in their computer. And then when it comes time for the next one, you know, they'll do it. And if there's a, however it works, because they would have said something to Lara in the thing about, you know, who's going to be the person who's the resident agent. And then that person can get all the information that they needed to.
I lost Mr. Schwartz's voice.
Hey, Mr. Schwartz, I think you went on mute.
Mr. Schwartz, you muted yourself.
Oh my God, I'm gonna get my hand away from this thing. Mouse. Anyhow, I'll tell you, I'm one of the least technology people that you'll ever meet in your life. That's why I do these things, because I made a mistake there with the mouse. Anyhow, this can be done. It's not a problem. It's there. When it comes time, those things then get put into Lara, and they have it all there. The resident agent deals with getting the, you know, if you're going to file something with them, they'll send it to you, to the resident agent, and that's the way it's done. So it's not a problem. It's a very simple procedure. It's done every day.
So this to piggyback, Mr. Schwartz, Lara sent out a form indicating that if she were to take her name off the nonprofit organization, Lara sent out a form indicating that she's been removed from the nonprofit, that you could supply to the board indicating that she's been removed from the nonprofit organization.
It doesn't really work that way, because here's what happens. When you file something, you get a thing and it shows you on the list. There's a list. And when you file, a lot of people now, they're doing it all electronically instead of doing it with paper. And you just simply, anybody can sign that. You don't tell them that you're taking people off or putting people on. It doesn't work that way. You can end up where somebody signs it and it's either as a member or a manager, depending upon how it's denominated, and that's it. You don't take yourself off. They don't keep actual records of who are members in an LLC. It doesn't happen that way. So there's nothing to send them to say, I'm no longer a member.
So if your client is the one who founded this nonprofit, if I'm not correct in saying that, did she actually found this nonprofit? And if that's the case, then would it be, is she willing to dissolve it?
Well, she wouldn't have to dissolve it because somebody else would take her place. It's not, let me put it to you like this. The fact that she may have founded it doesn't mean that she continues to be what she is. People can have a vote and somebody else will take her place. You don't have to go into Lara and say, oh, that person is no longer here and somebody else comes in. It doesn't work that way.
If will show when you do a search once that change is made though.
You know, yeah, you'll see that there's a change. The way you'll know it is you'll take a look at the most recent annual report, and you're going to see that it's no longer signed by Monica Palmer. You'll see somebody else is signing it, and you'll see what their designation is, either member or manager or something else, but usually that's what it is.
Well, that's what I was getting at. How would this board and general public going forward have any information indicating that she is no longer participating with this nonprofit? So it sounds like what you're saying is once she sort of gives some sort of indication to Lara, then any future filings, her name won't show up in those filings. Is that what you're saying?
Right. That's right. All the future files will be in somebody else's name. She won't be there. You'll see you can look. This is something that's online. You can actually go to Lara. You go into what's called business entities. You go and you look at their name. You put the name in, and you'll see a list of filings. You can see all the filings that go on with respect to that LLC.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you, Dr. Carnell.
I mean, that's correct. And so I'm a little hesitant because if I go look at that document, it has her name on it. So I'm not sure how people will think that the ethics board did anything if I can still go to that document and her name is there. That's just my only concern. It really doesn't change my vote though.
Yeah, and what happens is over, you know, in the next filing, whatever it is, that's when you'll see it. I mean, a lot of times you have people who file things and, you know, depending upon what it is, Lara will get it done within a couple of weeks sometimes, which is normal. And then once they do it, then that's what's over there. But you can go back in time and see all the different annual reports and see the names that are required to be on there. And literally, I could have an LLC that has got, let's say, 100 different members. You're not going to see 100 different members on there. You never do.
That's true.
It's not required. So the bottom line is, if somebody's actually looking, they may think something is true, but they have to wait to the next annual report. Then they're going to find out what it is. It's just the way it's done. I can't speak in any other way. That's the way our government regulates business entities.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further input at this time? Let me just ask this quick question. Mr. Williams, I know we talked about this conditional motion. If we do vote on this motion and this has conditions to it, is there any sort of punishment if those conditions are not met? So if we go forward and something does not happen, then what is the recourse? So like you said, I think you mentioned that just filing a new complaint. But if someone files a new complaint and we're back before the board addressing this same matter here again, then is it just another vote on the incompatibility of employment, or is there something to deal with the conditions that were never met?
That's a question I could only speculate about, Mr. Pinkins. I mean, I would assume that the newfound complaint would raise issues both related to the incompatibility of office, but also the failure of Ms. Palmer to honor her commitments. But that's kind of hard for me to say. And one of the problems I'm having, I hear Mr. Schwartz, but one, this is not an LLC. It's a nonprofit corporation that is a member-based nonprofit corporation. There are only three forms of nonprofits: director-based, member-based, or stock-based. This is a member-based nonprofit corporation. The effective way, the annual reports generally now require only a signature that nothing has changed for 4 or 5 years after you disclose your board of directors and officers for that nonprofit. So it is not a situation where the filing with Lara on your annual report may be indicative of what's happening with the corporation. There would actually have to be a resolution, action, divestment of the membership interest by Ms. Palmer, that she holds a review of potentially whatever document evidences that interest, and other things to confirm all of this activity. But my concern is I'm still in agreement with Mr. Hendricks. The issue of the existence of the incompatibility is this board's function, at least in my opinion. It is not the concept of fashioning ultimately a final remedy, because that may be somebody else's decision as to whether her resignation from this organization or removal from another organization is the remedy. I'm just not sure that this board could do anything other than make a recommendation even on that front after it has decided that there's in fact a violation of the ethics ordinance.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Williams. Mr. Thomas, I'm going to get back to you, sir, unless there's some questions. But Mr. Schwartz, I believe you have a question.
I have no further questions. I would only add that listening to Mr. Williams' analysis of the situation, that would even create bigger problems with the second part of my motion, and that was that Ms. Palmer agreed not to serve on any future PACs. So I'm satisfied that my motion has been addressed, and if you want to call it for a vote, I don't have anything further.
Okay, well, let the chair ask this quick question, sir. We're going to get to you, Mr. Schwartz. Just want to ask this quick question. Do you want the motion to stand as is? And if you we can put it to a vote, or if you want to, obviously we have to put it to a vote if you would like to withdraw your motion.
I tell you what, Chairperson, I'm going to go with the latter motion. I don't think there's support for it. And having listened to Mr. Williams, yourself, and Dr. Carnell, I don't think that the motion was really legally sound within the parameters that we operate in as the ethics board. So I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, now to withdraw your motion, obviously we're going to follow the rules. And is there a second to allow Mr. Thomas to withdraw his motion at this time? And that's the motion that's the conditional motion that
yes,
finding of incompatibility as and the conditions would be for Ms. Palmer to resign from her nonprofit organization and provide within 24 hours some sort of indication that she has resigned. Is there a second to allow Mr. Thomas to withdraw his motion?
Mr. Chairman, since I seconded his original motion, I'll second his motion to withdraw just to clean it up.
Duly noted, sir. Is there all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Thomas, your motion has been withdrawn. I'm going to ask Mr. Schwartz. I know you was holding on. I'm just going to ask you I'm going to give the floor to you, sir.
Okay. The one thing I did want to say, because I just found out from my client, this is really a corporation as opposed to an LLC, but the same rules go with the LARA. I mean, those things go to LARA. It goes in there instead of being an LLC, which has a date that's due in February. This will be due in May, I believe, May 15th, if I'm not mistaken, or June. I don't remember which. It's somewhere in there. So it'll be coming up real shortly. And at that point, there'll be another annual report given to LARA on the corporations. And you'll see over there that there's no, it may give you the name of the president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. Not always, but sometimes it does that. If it requires that, then you'll see she's not going to be on any of that.
Okay. All right, thank you for that, sir. At this time, is there any other motions at this time regarding the incompatibility of employment or non-incompatibility of employment? Is there any motions at this time? Okay, Mr. Williams, is there any recommendations from on your part, Mr. Regarding this matter?
I mean, I guess I'm stuck, Mr. Pinkins. I've recommended that the board consider finding that as of at least the date of the filing of the complaint, that she was holding incompatible positions. and that was a violation of the ethics ordinance to hold and continue to hold those incompatible positions, particularly as they relate to her role as a member of the Board of Canvassers and considering recall petitions and things of the like. And as Mr. Brooks has presented evidence that she is participating in recall petitions in Wayne County for offices where ultimately, if there were an election, as a member of the Board of Canvassers, she might have to weigh in on those recall petitions or some facet of those recall petitions. I just believe that Mr. Brooch has met his burden of proof on that question of this concept of her having incompatibility of offices. I understand Mr. Hendrick's view that the definition of conflict of interest is broad, but unfortunately, the operative provisions of the ordinance as they relate to conflict of interest are much narrower. And as Mr. Young has pointed out, really do focus on financial conflicts more so than the broad definition of conflict that is in the ordinance in the definitions. So I'm still at a finding that there was a conflict of incompatibility of office is the only recommendation that I can see here. I mean, ultimately, all I can do is make recommendations, and I don't see a way forward that I can fashion any other question, because there are only two questions here: conflict of interest and incompatibility. As Mr. Young has pointed out, the preamble, that wasn't really a discussion. There were two issues raised, maybe not even two, maybe one, as Ms. Hamoud has pointed out, incompatibility of offices. But right now, those are the two questions, and you got to decide. Are you going to vote yay or nay on those questions? That's what's here.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Williams. So on the matter of Mr. Williams' recommendation, is there a motion regarding incompatibility of employment with respect to a violation of incompatibility of employment with respect to Ms. Palmer holding the dual positions? The chair will entertain that motion. Or at this point, if there is no motion, then the chair will also entertain a motion to dismiss the incompatibility of employment aspect. The chair is open. Are there any motions on the floor? Ms. Hamoud.
Yes, I'm gonna put a motion to find a violation of ethics under the section reference in the complaint form, which is incompatible employment.
Okay. Is there a second?
Support.
Okay, there's a second, there's support. I think we've had discussion on this matter. You have a motion, it's been seconded. Do you want to have discussion on this matter? We can move straight to a vote.
I just wanna, yeah, I mean, I want to thank all the parties and really, I mean, for hearing this. I mean, this is something very important. And I want to say, and even with Ms. Palmer, I mean, I respect, and she has all the right to be involved in the political process. And this is in no way against a person, as much as I think Mr. Williams alluded. I mean, the canvassers are appointed or recommended for this by the parties. But at certain point, I feel that they're definitely, I mean, when you are rendering services for this type of organization, whatever we're going to call them, corporation or nonprofit, but the taxpayers for GP schools and the involvement, I know they may not be illegal, but in my mind, I mean, it's definitely, it's incompatible with being on the canvasser board because of what we discussed about the duties of, you know, such a board. And And then in addition to this, obviously the recall petition and everything else. And I know Ms. Palmer, I mean, she mentioned that she did the right thing for the appearance of inappropriety when her husband was a candidate, that I don't know if she ended up recusing, but at least she asked the question. And I totally respect that. And this is where kind of like at ethics board, like we expect, at least this is where the bar, when somebody mentioned, you know, where the bar should be. It's not about like not being involved in politics, but being that active, and the name is on filing records, whether with the Michigan Department of State, whether Bureau of Election, and then also with Laura. I feel like this is, you know, definitely in my mind, and, you know, filing a recall petition. And when I see that name and then she is on the canvasser board, that's why I put that motion. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hamud. For any further comment, back to the motion. Okay, and the chair would just add too that just piggyback on Ms. Hamud, she did, Ms. Palmer did in testimony she had given, did state that she was fully aware of the ethics ordinance, and that she was fully apprised of it, and she did consider. It seems like she took steps to try to alleviate any sort of ethics ordinance violations now or in the future, when she said that she decided to create this organization that she created. So obviously respect that she did do those things, and that she did mention it to her superiors as to whether or not there will be any conflicts or any sort of other violations. So obviously this board sort of looks highly on that. But with that said, we have a motion before the board.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Dr. Parnell.
Yeah, I just want to point out that the reason why I supported the motion is it appears that there is some incompatibility based on our colleague, Mr. Thomas, trying to, in a good fashion, come to a remedy. So if we think that there is some type of incompatibility, that's why I supported the motion.
Thank you for that, Dr. Carnell. Any other input from any board members? Okay, with that said, we have a motion on the floor regarding incompatibility, finding of incompatibility of employment regarding Ms. Palmer's employment on the dual boards. It's been seconded. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, I think we have, so again, I'm sorry. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye, or do we need to go back to a roll call vote?
Aye.
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 Aye. Mr. Hendricks. All opposed? Okay, well, the ayes have it. It's so moved. The finding of incompatibility of employment has been found. Motion so moved. We can move on to some sort of penalty phase with respect to that recommendation. I'm not sure if you want to get to that today, but the chair will. I know we are running into time. Mr. Williams, the suggestion from you, sir, that I know we're running under time constraints with respect to the filing of this complaint, the days that we're supposed to have this matter resolved. With respect to a recommendation regarding the incompatibility of employment, does that need to be rendered today, sir? Or can that matter be tabled to our next meeting? Ms. Williams, you're on mute.
The recommendation would be to have her removed from one or the other of the offices, Mr. Pinkins, but I don't think that's this board's decision. That's really somebody else's decision. We can make that recommendation, but it's not really ours.
Okay. Is there a recommendation at this time?
Well, I recommend removal from one position or the other. I'm not going to say which one she should be removed from.
Okay. Any further discussion on the matter?
Yeah, the only thing I would say, Mr. Chairman, is I would suspect that the party that brought this complaint, given the decision of this board, I would think that that party would then go and pursue any other remedies that he thinks might be available to him, up to and including a removal from the Board of Canvassers. But you know, I don't think that's on us, as it's been indicated by Attorney Williams. That's on the party that brought the complaint.
I do believe that the recommendation, though, is on this board, though, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Williams. The recommendation regarding since the motion is carried, their duty on this board to make the recommendation. Now, whether or not it's taken up by another board or not, is there a duty of this board to make a recommendation? I believe it's not, it sort of falls on the chair following, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure that there is clear language in the ordinance as to this board's position in the imposition or even the recommendation of a penalty. I think we have in the past recommended penalties, which have included certain things, but I don't know that the ordinance clearly prescribes that we have to do it. We're making one, but we've made them, but we aren't obligated to do anything.
Okay, all right. At this time, we are sort of getting into the time constraints, and I believe we're pursuing 2 o'clock at this time. The chair is willing to table this matter until our next meeting regarding a possible recommendation or not. While we look at the rules, if all are in favor of that, we can table this matter to the next meeting regarding a recommendation on the motion that is carried regarding the incompatibility of employment. Is there a motion on that table?
At the request of the chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Young. Is there a second?
I'll second that. The only point I would like to make, Mr. Chairperson, is this. On page 18 of the Ethics Code, it talks about a violation of this chapter, and it uses the term shall be a municipal civil infraction. How do we handle that? Do we refer that to somebody, or do we impose that?
That a municipal civil infraction would have to be prosecuted by either the Ethics Board or the Wayne County Corporation Counsel's office. I mean, but I think it would have to come at the direction of the Wayne County Corporation Counsel's office.
Could we decide that, Mr. Williams, at the next meeting that we're putting this over?
We can decide the penalty phase at the next meeting.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure. Yeah, just want to make sure we're correct on that. Yeah, we can look at the penalty phase on the next meeting. I think you are correct there. Since that has been, the motion has been made, has been seconded. All in favor to table this matter to the next meeting?
Aye.
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 All opposed? The motion is carried. This matter is tabled to our next meeting. We will decide the next meeting date. We're normally the third Wednesday in. I'm going to move forward to, I know we're moving in time here. I'm going to move on to the next order of business, which I don't believe under item D, new business, which is a presentation of a certificate to former board member Sandra Buciero. I don't believe Ms. Buciero has joined us. Mr. Slizak, Ms. Kangura, do you know if Ms. Buciero has joined us or not?
She has not joined the meeting, Chair.
Okay. I'm going to ask that we move this matter to the next meeting. And if not, it will go ahead and move forward. We can decide it and we can send this certificate out to Ms. Buciero. I'm going to move on to item E, which is such other matters that may be properly submitted for the board. I want to go ahead and schedule our next meeting on this board. Mr. Slizak or Ms. Kangura, if you can weigh in the next meeting date that's available for this board. We normally meet on the third Thursday of the month. I know we did make this meeting a short meeting from the last date because we had to adjourn it. What's the next available date? If someone can weigh in for meeting.
If we are looking forward to April, or are we staying in March?
for everyone's schedule, we could, in March on the 24th, if that's possible, or we can move into April. Does the March 24th work for everyone? If that's a date?
The 24th, we have committee meetings. We do not have committee meetings on either the 17th or the 31st on Wednesdays. And then in April, we have available the Wednesdays, the 14th and the 28th.
Okay. How does the 14th look for everyone?
Of April?
Yes.
That's fine with me, but you know, Chairperson, I'd just like to bring to your attention, we're at the 125th day today since the complaint was filed. And I only note that because there's a section within the ethics code that says the matters have to be resolved within 150 days unless Mr. Williams feels that just arriving at a conclusion on the finding of misconduct is sufficient.
It would be, make sure, hopefully I'm not. I would conclude that we have resolved the issue of the violation. The recommendation on the penalty phase, I think it can wait. That would
okay.
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
April 14th, I have a pre-trial that's going on in the morning on April 14th over in the Oakland County Circuit Court.
How does the 31st look for everyone? Although the chair has a conflict on that day, I would ask if the chair is not present, Dr. Carnell, who's the vice chair, turn it over to Dr. Carnell if she can be present on that day.
I have another hearing on that day as well in another part of the Oakland County Circuit Court in the morning.
Into February, excuse me, into April, I believe it was the next date, Mr. Slizak, after April 14?
April 28th.
So, for chair, did we talk about March 17th, or is that like not gonna work for most of us?
How did that work for everyone's schedule?
That's not going to work for me, I know.
Oh, okay, Mr. Williams. Okay, just want to make sure.
Okay, that doesn't work for the chair either. April 28th, does that work for everyone?
It's okay with me.
It would work for me.
Fine by me.
All right, so why don't we go ahead and schedule that matter now for April 28th. For the next Wayne County Ethics Board meeting at 9 a.m. Everyone.
I should point out I've got a 2-day trial. Hopefully it doesn't fall into the 28th. Hopefully it'll be done by then.
All right, so we'll schedule the matter for April 28th. That works, Mr. Slizak and Gora. And we're gonna move on to the other matters. There's 2 other matters we need to get to. This item E on our complaint. We have such other matters as may be properly submitted for the board. If there's any other matters before this board at this time, we'll address those. If not, then we'll move on into item F, which is the public comments section. If there's any public comments, we'll entertain those right now. Mr. Slezak, Ms. Kangora, is there any public comments at all? Or?
I did not receive any, Chair.
Yeah, I've not either. Yeah.
Okay, so.
Motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
No, actually, we have to allow for if anyone on the call or on the Zoom meeting would like to make public comment.
Sorry
about that.
So if anyone on the call right now, if everyone could hear me, if there's any public comments at this time, we will accept your public comments regarding anything that you would like to discuss or bring forward to this board. We're going to open it up right now. All right, well, if there's no public comments, then the chair is going to move to item G, which is adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor? Is there a second? Excuse me, sorry.
Second, I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So have it, we are adjourned. Thank you everyone for attending. Thank you for your time. We know this went fairly long today, and thank you so much for staying. Thank you, Mr. Broich, Mr. Schwartz, Ms. Palmer for being here. The board appreciates your participation. Again, thank you, everyone, and I look forward to seeing everyone on April 28th so that we can continue to resolve this matter. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Thank you,
members of
sir.
the board.
Take care. Thank you.